Are we on? This is going to be a hard boot up, ladies and gentlemen. And okay, we are live here on YouTube. Like I said, it's going to be a hard boot up. I apologize. Just making sure everything is working. We got a huge little cloud flare incident going up. Just making sure. Yeah, the background, we're good. See, this is why the little video plays, so I can make sure that everything is good on this side. Okay, cool. Check this out. Epstein vote's coming up.
Those who say that Biden should have released these files, let me just address that right now. You're right. He should have. But he didn't make it his #1 issue, and he's not the president right now. Donald Trump is. He could have released the files at any point over the last 11 months, but he has not. Republicans have had months to sign the discharge petition. They had months to bring this bill to the floor. But this leadership has chosen obstruction. They don't want to pass this bill. They don't even want to talk about it on the House floor. And so
you obstructed Tim Burchett when you came back. The first thing he did was go to the House floor and want to vote, and you blocked that.
That's why debate matters. And with that, I reserve my time.
Because you wanted
Massachusetts reserves.
attention.
The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear. Republicans don't oppose the full transparency of the Epstein files. We embrace the Oversight Committee's task of doing just that. We embrace
Yo. Give me a sec.
Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly.
Representative Chris DeLuzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy.
Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
And the intelligence community.
who take risks each day
To keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
And intelligence community professionals.
against American citizens. Like us, you all swore an oath.
To protect and defend this Constitution.
And right now,
You motherfuckers pointed every bit of the Justice Department against the United States citizens as a whole. And now you're saying the military is at risk? Are you encouraging a military coup?
the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad,
But from right here at home. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
you must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law.
Or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
In the Army,
Our Navy,
The Air Force.
your vigilance is critical
and know that we have your back.
because now, more than ever,
The American people need you.
We need you to stand up for our laws.
our Constitution,
and who we are as Americans. Don't give up.
don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
If there was ever a doubt in your mind, if the federal government is trying to coup, is trying to overthrow itself, to install some kind of whatever the hell you want to call it, it's right here. Elected representatives are telling the military, go ahead and coup against the president. We got your back. Holy fuck. Sorry.
Representative
with courage. And they looked at this not from politics, They looked at this as what is right. And I'm proud today to be a member of Congress. I'm proud to work with them. And I'm proud of what we are showing.
What up, Polar? We take a
This country.
Let me mute that. Can we take a moment to laugh at Hakeem for pointing out how broken Obamacare is? AOC's like, no, that's a bad idea because he's too fucking stupid and we need him to take a fall later on. It's weird.
As all of us have heard, see their tears, see them holding up
weird.
photos at
He's
the age
just
of 14 and think that they're not telling the truth.
Motherfucker, but
this is not politics. This is humanity. Sometimes we get into these chambers and we forget what happened, of how we grew up. Most of us, we grew up, we went to barbecue, we went to Little League games, we went to church or temple. We didn't fly around in private jets and go to a rape island. We didn't buy off politicians and tell them to keep quiet. We didn't think that it was normal to abuse or rape young girls. And then they're saying, well, we don't know if they were 18 or 22. Come on. It's rotten. Then they say, well, just care about the price of eggs. Just care about the price of health care. You know what's more important than that? American values. These rich, greedy men abused American values. They abused what's sacred about this country. They abused what built this country.
I yield the gentleman additional minute.
And it is time that they're going to have a reckoning. The Epstein class is going to go. And the reason they're going to go is because the progressive left and the MAGA right and everyone in between is finally waking up against this rotten system. And when people are united, when people work across the aisle, amazing things can happen because the American people are kind and good and decent. So it's an honor, Congressman Massey, to have worked with you. And I salute particularly the courage of Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, and Nancy Mace. None of this would have been possible without their courage in standing up on the petition and for what they did. I'll yield back.
Nice job. Nice job,
from
O'Connor.
Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is
played the party line and still gave a shout out.
Mr. Speaker, at the top of this page that I have, I've written Democrat hypocrisy on Epstein. That's what we're hearing today. I'm proud to be a member of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. I'm proud to have supported the full investigation into the Epstein files on that committee. Furthermore, I'm proud to have supported formalizing that investigation by taking the decisive step in directing that investigation by a special rule provided by the Rules Committee. This gave the oversight investigation the full weight of the House of Representatives behind the committee's existing subpoena power. Very important in this debate. Let's get things straight here. In just a matter of hours, we're going to get to vote on the Massey bill. But that won't preclude the existing House Oversight and Government Reform Committee's investigation in any way. And that's a great thing because that investigation is yielding results. We now know that one of Jeffrey Epstein's closest confidants was apparently Larry Summers, a cabinet member in the Clinton administration. We now know that a Democrat member in this body, Stacey Plaskett, was colluding with Jeffrey Epstein in real time during a hearing. And the subject matter, how to take down President Trump. Mr. Speaker, you can't make this stuff up. We now know that Epstein himself hated President Trump. It's in black and white. We now know that one of the chief Epstein victims stated that President Trump never acted inappropriately. And don't forget that oversight investigation specifically subpoenaed Bill and Hillary Clinton for their ties to Jeffrey Epstein. They haven't been quick to step into the breach and exonerate themselves, have they? But the truth will continue to come out as it has because of Republicans and a current Republican-led House Oversight and Government Reform Committee investigation, one that already carries the full force of law. Let's see where that leads. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentlelady says that just trust her and the Republican leadership. And I got to tell you, I can't after what I saw unfold over these last several months. Obstruction and using every maneuver possible to avoid this moment where we're having here today. And I want to say that for the record, it doesn't matter whether there's Republicans or Democrats or independents that are implicated in these files. We believe in accountability for everybody who abuses young women. And we believe in
just
justice.
Young women, right?
And that is kind of what's uniting many of.
You don't have a problem with Stacey Plaskett actually texting Jeffrey Epstein himself while she was in a hearing about Jeffrey Epstein to have confidential information that just wanted to try to screw somebody from Epstein's side? You don't care about that though, right? You just care if they abuse children? I mean, your logic makes no sense with it, McGovern. You either like it all or you don't.
Us on this, on this side of the aisle here today. And I just want to, again, I want to thank Representative Connor for his leadership. I want to thank Representative Massey, Representative Green, and Representative Mace for their courage and for their willingness to stand up for what is right. We don't agree on very much, but we do agree that there ought to be accountability when young women are abused, and so that's what this is about. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask
so why are you blocking it in the House?
That the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, control the remainder of my time.
Without objection.
Okay.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Finally, Chairman, with somebody with a little bit of sense on it then.
You have 17 minutes remaining.
I yield myself 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today's an extraordinary day in this chamber. If my colleagues will vote for this measure, we'll see justice triumph over politics. Truth will triumph over deception and obfuscation. Transparency will triumph over dark money. Partisanship will fall away to bipartisanship. Grassroots, the people, will reclaim the people's house with this vote. It's going to be a victory for survivors, not just survivors of the Epstein sex trafficking scandal, the 1,000 survivors that exist. Some of them are victims. They're no longer alive. Some have committed suicide. They share one thing in common. Their youth was robbed from them. Much of their lives were robbed from them, but they're claiming it back. We're going to help them claim that back. But it's not just a victory today, if this vote prevails for those survivors. It's a victory for every person, man or woman, boy or girl, who's been victimized sexually in this country. Anybody who's been a victim of sexual assault, or maybe they've been victimized by a family member. Maybe it's not a billionaire, but they're all waiting and watching to see what we do today. They're wondering, if I go to mom or dad, will anything happen? If I go to the sheriff, will anything happen? Well, we have a chance today to make something happen, something that's not happened, something that should have happened decades ago, and that is to get justice for these victims and survivors and transparency for America. That's what this vote is about today. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I now yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Georgia, Mrs. Green.
The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I proudly rise today in a bipartisan effort to release the Epstein files, finally, after 5 administrations have covered it up. Earlier today, I attended the press conference where the survivors, they're not victims, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse and sex trafficking told their stories. And they told stories about how it started back in 1991, 1996, and they continued on through the decades. And they told stories about how they told someone and tried to get help. They told the FBI, and they weren't listened to. And they told law enforcement, and no one did anything. And these women don't just number a few. These women number around 1,000 women. And they are victims of something that's unthinkable. And this should have never, ever happened. This was the biggest fight I think I've seen in Washington, D.C. This is my 5th year here.
Yeah, she did.
And this was a fight that we should have never had to wage.
In front of cameras.
It should have been the easiest thing for every single member of Congress. It should have been the easiest thing for the Speaker of the House. It should have been the easiest thing for the President of the United States to release all the information, every single file, on behalf of these American women.
I will say this, the fact that they have actually kept back has actually tracked down and let them know that there were people like Hakeem Jeffries and Stacey Plaskett who were having donations sent to them. Stacey Plaskett was texting the motherfucker. Probably because they held it all back. And they could tie it into other things. Maybe. That's just my justification for it. I have no idea what actually fucking happened for that. But these possible assumptions used to make a conclusion? Yeah, sounds right.
And demanded transparency from their government and for Americans finally to be put first. And today, with this vote, we are finally putting these victims and these survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and the cabal of rich, powerful elites that expands not just here in the United States of America,
Rick, I'm home
but
early.
to other countries as well. We're putting
I
them
heard
last.
this started up. I was going to do a judiciary one,
what
but
Americans want.
Epstein one came up.
For far too long, Americans have been put last. And they're sick of it. They're sick and tired of it.
She's right.
And this is why they don't trust Congress. This is why they don't trust the government. And here's the problem. All of these women who have suffered in shame for years and years and years, women who were terrified, women who were intimidated, women who were threatened, just like Virginia Giuffre. And now she's dead. And these women should have never faced that for this information to come out. And we, especially the 4 Republican members of the House of Representatives, we should have never faced intimidation and threats for us to get this vote to come to the floor.
She's right.
Never forget, there were 4. Thomas Massie, myself, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert. We had to sign a discharge petition, and we had to fight through intimidation, and we had to endure it for months to push that discharge petition finally to 218 to get this vote to come out. This is what the American people are sick of.
Yes.
And rightfully so. Now, where does this go from here? The question will remain, will the Department of Justice release all the information? Will a judge in New York release the information? Will the CIA release the information? And will foreign governments release their information?
All but the videos and pictures and everything. Fuck it. Just go ahead and release it all. Everything tied to it. Find out. Let the autistic internet do its fucking thing. And I guarantee you will find out every bit along the way. Let the American people track the shit down. And you will see real work done. Why not? Just do it. Who's it going to incriminate? Big name people? Fuck them. Anybody and everybody, even Orange Man, fuck them.
Those names here on the House floor, if those women ever find them in a place that it needs to be done. I yield back to Mr.
Gentlelady
Massey.
from Georgia yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve, Mr.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield myself a minute and 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute.
I want to thank the generosity of Jim McGovern, Representative McGovern, for granting us this time.
I'm embarrassed for my own party today. I'm embarrassed we withheld signing in, swearing in a duly representative of the people for 49 days just to avoid this vote that's finally going to happen today. I'm embarrassed that my own party isn't going to yield me time to debate this, even though they say they support it and I authored it. They don't even want to yield me time to debate this during the bill debate.
It's kind of fucked, right?
I'm thankful. Let me tell you who I'm thankful to. These three brave women, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert, they have been threatened. They have been intimidated. Physically, politically, it's disgusting. And not by the far left. They have been intimidated by people in our own party. And for what? For seeking justice for these victims. So my hat's off. I congratulate them for standing strong. I've always wondered, where were the Republican men during this battle? We've taken 5 months. These three women and I have had to drag our party to this floor today to even vote on this. And Ro Khanna is the most to be thanked here. In an extraordinary display of bipartisanship, he did not hesitate when I asked if we wanted to bring this bill to the floor together, if he would stand in the trenches with me. He said yes. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Boy, we need to get facts straight here. President Trump's DOJ, in his first term, arrested and prosecuted Jeffrey Epstein. We, on our side, want justice to prevail in this case and in every case. Speaker Johnson has always been clear that if the discharge petition reached the necessary signatures, that the House would consider the legislation, and that's what we're providing for in our rule today. In fact, as soon as the petition hit 218 votes last Wednesday, House Republicans offered a unanimous consent request to pass the legislation then. However, the Democrat leader would not give consent to do that last week.
No, he hasn't been.
Why?
Not since his ass was taken into that skiff and he came out and said, give money to Ukraine.
They're interested in some other things. And, Mr. Speaker, I have to correct the record. Mr. Massey did not request time from me. I'm the person who controls the time on the Republican side, and he did not request time from me, or I would have given him time. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I'd like to now recognize the gentlelady from South Carolina for 5 minutes, Nancy Mace.
Gentlelady from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Wait.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
He didn't
and I
even
thank my colleagues
try to
today
refute that?
for the time, Mr. McGovern and Mr. Khanna, for the 5 minutes on the floor to speak about an issue that is not political for me. Helping the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and his horrific, gruesome, brutal sex trafficking ring is deeply personal. And while we often have many disagreements about a lot of issues, maybe most issues, today they are allowing us to speak on the floor, and I want to thank my colleagues, Congressman Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Lauren Boebert, the four of us making history today over the discharge petition and delivering justice for those who have desperately fought for it for, in some cases, almost 30 years. I wore white today because I wanted to reflect on the innocence of the young women who had their innocence stolen from a demon named Jeffrey Epstein, from demons, friends of his, rich and powerful people.
You know what's fucked up? She's gonna go into this story, and she was abused herself, not by Epstein, but She was abused herself. She's going to go into the story and people are still going to sit there and say, oh, you're going to talk about the purity? What about the purity that you... And attack her for this shit. And then you wonder why women actually do not come forward, though. I mean, there is an argument to be made about that shit.
Who stole their innocence as young as 14 years old. It was taken from them, and they've never gotten it back. I'm also wearing white today to recognize the courage that it takes for women to come forward, the sacrifices to them personally, professionally, financially, the embarrassment, the humiliation, the shame that we still deliver on the backs of women who have been brutalized, who've been raped, who've been assaulted. The shame that the media pours over their heads, that their colleagues, their friends, their neighbors, their loved ones, because you come forward and because you talk about sexual assault, you are not a slut. It's not because of what you wore. You're not a whore. But that's how women are treated, and you're not lying.
The way she said
and I want
it just
every
made
woman
me
to
laugh.
know, every Epstein
You are
survivor
not
to know, every
a
woman
slut.
across the country who is a survivor, who is a victim of assault, that we see you. And this fight and this vote tonight, I see it is about the Epstein victims, but it's about much more than the Epstein victims. This is about the powerless, taking power away from the very powerful. This is about giving women who never had a voice, giving a voice to the voiceless. This is about their sacrifice. This is about having and recognizing their courage. This is about justice for the Epstein victims, but it's also about hope. Earlier this year, I gave a speech right here on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, detailing trauma that I experienced, endured, and am a survivor of, that I accidentally uncovered 2 years ago, almost to the day. And today, I still don't have justice, like millions of women across the country. When I spoke out, I got attacked. When I spoke out, I was shamed. When I spoke out, I was defamed and smeared, and that goes on today, right now, in the present. God sure has a funny way of working through us. I, like many of the Epstein survivors and many other survivors across the country, I don't think I will ever heal from the destruction my abuser did to me. But I can heal by being a vessel and being a voice for all those who need it.
Maybe
and that's
not.
why we are here today. That is why I will never abandon
All on how you work
a
through it
single
yourself, man.
survivor ever, and I will never waver. I spent my morning talking to law enforcement and others.
This shit is
about
kind of
another
hard to hear
potential
sometimes.
Jane Doe number 5, who may be another sexual assault victim.
Must be cold
in the
there
case that
today.
I uncovered 2 years ago. It's very difficult for us
Yeah,
to come
you're
forward.
right. It is.
But I want to thank the women who have, the Epstein victims, the victims in the case that I uncovered. I want to thank all of you for being a voice, for giving me hope. Maybe one day I too can get justice. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our colleagues want Americans to believe that this discharge petition and underlying legislation are the be-all and end-all in this investigation. However, it's House Republicans who've worked tirelessly to achieve true justice for victims. To date, the significant information that has come out has come from the Oversight and Government Reform Committee as a result of its issuing 13 subpoenas, We've released 65,000 pages of documents from the Department of Justice, the Epstein estate, which was not mentioned in the underlying legislation, former U.S. attorney, and others. Let me state again, the unanimous consent request to pass the legislation immediately last week was blocked by the minority leader. Full stop.
That is true.
Democrats truly cared about finding justice immediately for victims. This legislation would have been passed last week. Instead, they want political theater to capitalize on. House Republicans, on the other hand, remain focused on truth, accountability, and delivering real justice
I don't know
for
about that, though.
Epstein's victims, not political points. I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
Gentleman has 5.5 minutes remaining.
I yield myself 3.5 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, all that is necessary for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. And we've had a lot of good men doing a lot of nothing on the other side of the aisle until we did something. 3 brave women and myself and the Democrat caucus. We did something. And then what did they do? They've opposed us every step of the way. They've lied about the legislation. Let me tell you some of the lies they've told. They've said that it doesn't protect victims. Well, if that is so, why were dozens of victims with us today at a press conference urging this body to pass this legislation? It's because this legislation specifically protects victims. They've said this legislation does not prevent the release of child pornography. Of course it does. We have a specific provision in our legislation to prevent that. They've said so many falsehoods about this legislation, but now they're going to vote for it, hopefully enthusiastically. But really, they've been drugged to this. Our judicial system is broken. If it were working, there wouldn't be 1,000 victims who haven't seen justice yet. They are victims of the Epstein class. I begrudge nobody success that they become a billionaire. But if you think being a billionaire...
I guarantee you, if this shit don't stop with this whole shit with Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mason, all that shit, if it doesn't stop with that, that's really gonna make them fucking turn. And that little majority you have is now fucking gone. Thomas Massey has had more work accomplished working with the Democrats than he has with the Republicans at this point now. Marjorie Taylor Greene is being attacked even by the President of the United States because she's got questions and she doesn't quite agree with everything. You're going to have them flip, and it's going to be a dangerous game because they will make sense of the bullshit that you don't want to hear.
Or buying politicians keeps you out of the judicial system, lets you rape young women, lets you traffic women. You've got another thing coming when this bill passes. Do not let the Senate muck this up. There have already been efforts to derail our discharge petition. The Oversight Committee has released thousands, tens of thousands of documents. That's fine. Keep working. How many names have you released? 0. You are still protecting, or the DOJ is protecting, pedophiles and sex traffickers. The time for that to stop is now.
He's right.
Our speaker says, oh, this bill needs amended in the Senate, and specifically, he's trying to create a loophole. He's trying to categorize the pedophiles as victims. He's saying, oh, we don't embarrass the people that went to the rape island. We should protect those names against unreliable accusations. Is he calling all of these victims unreliable?
He thought it was his phone.
They've testified to the FBI. The FBI has these names in their possession. I asked the FBI director in a hearing, have you looked at the documents? No, he trusts everybody that's been there for decades. That is wrong. Do not let the Senate muck this bill up. And if you're a party to that in the Senate, you are part of this cover-up that we are trying to expose. I am sorry if one of your billionaire donors, is going to get embarrassed because he went to Rape Island.
Oh,
That is what
you see what I'm
they
saying?
have coming. In fact,
Don't
they
let him flip,
need
guys.
to be on the other side of bars, a lot of them. Some of them will
Don't
be
let this
embarrassed,
motherfucker flip.
but some of them need to go to prison, and the survivors know that. So how will we know if this bill has been successful? We will know when there are men, rich men, in handcuffs being perp-walked to the jail. And until then, this is still a cover-up. I urge my Senate colleagues, do not muck up this bill. The president has already said he will sign it. That means he will sign the bill that we have here today. Do not change this bill. He is ready to sign it. Give it to him. Put it on his desk. Let's get justice for these victims.
Jesus, you fucked up
With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentlelady reserves.
Oh, it's not helping
Is
the cause in
gentlelady
any
prepared
way.
to close?
Yes, I am, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield the remainder of my time to Ranking Member Mr. McGovern.
I'm going to pause it here. Polar Bear says that the Republicans are fighting for true justice for victims, then why don't they just agree with Rep. Thomas and vote to release the files? Like I said, the only justification I can think for that is if they didn't hold it back, they couldn't have investigated that Plaskett was in on it. Raskin had some things to do with Epstein. Like, they wouldn't have been able to find representatives in that. But then again, you want to combat that. Okay, cool. Check this out. Release it to the fucking people. They will scour the internet and do it a hell of a lot faster and find a lot more shit in a quicker amount of time. You would crowdsource the fuck out of that information. It would be gone through in a matter of maybe a day. 2 at most to go through every bit of that information. Everything would have been found out within a couple of weeks. I have no justification for it, but that's the only way I can think of that. What's up, Spuds? McGovern, the guy who thought putting kids in cages under Barry was okay? Yeah.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you. And first, let me say how much I admire the courage of my Republican colleagues who are beside me here today. Mr. Speaker, and
why didn't you release it for the fucking 4 years you had the chance?
And it's
You
not about
still have yet to
politics.
answer that.
This is about the survivors, young girls who were exploited by powerful men, men who use money and power to take advantage of girls, some as young as 11 years old. The President of the United States calls it all a hoax. Can you imagine that? What an evil and disgusting thing to say. These
Isn't it
young
Senator
girls,
Van
now
Hollen that
women,
has those fucked up
the
kids?
survivors, what happened to them was horrific. They were sexually abused, many of them for years, and the President of the United States calls it all a hoax. What kind of messed up, sick in the head, immoral person says something like that? This bill is about making sure powerful men are held accountable. It's about demanding truth and transparency for the American people. Now, Republican leaders in this House lost control of the story. They lost the ability to hide behind procedure, and they lost the luxury of pretending that they were ever on the right side. The American people see it, survivors see it, and history will see it. And listening to the Speaker of the House's press
Dude,
conference
is fucking
today,
with my life
it
performative
sounds like
arts
he
to you?
basically wants to kill this whole thing. He's trying to obstruct and derail the process. Why the hell is he fighting so hard to do the opposite of what the survivors want? What an awful, awful thing to do. So let us release the files. Let's give survivors the transparency they've long been denied. Let us take back power from the rich billionaire elites who think they can do whatever they want with no justice or accountability. And let's remember exactly
I feel like
who had to
you
be
think you're in the
dragged here
public
under
forum
duress
of Rome.
and who stood up from day one demanding the truth. And with that, I yield back.
Wow.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, those of us who did not sign the discharge petition are just as concerned about the victims or if you, as some are calling them, survivors, as our colleagues who signed the discharge petition.
I mean, they are victims and
share
survivors.
Contempt
I don't
for
care.
anyone
Why are you arguing
who
about language?
abused anyone else. I've stood on this floor many times, Mr. Speaker, to speak out for victims and survivors of people who have been abused.
What up, Lauren?
And
How you doing,
against
man?
anyone who breaks the law or takes advantage of an innocent person. We will not be characterized as insensitive to that. But what House Republicans, who didn't sign the discharge petition, remain focused on truth, accountability, and delivering real justice for Epstein victims. Again, I'll point out that it was under President Trump's Department of Justice that Jeffrey Epstein was arrested and tried. We have not tried to avoid this situation. We want things done the right way. We want maximum justice for these victims and survivors. Our rule today
Okay, so then release it.
expedites consideration of the Massey-Khanna legislation. And as I said, we would have liked to have seen it pass last week when we gave an opportunity for it, but it was blocked by the Democrat minority leader. I ask for support for this rule, the underlying legislation. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question, yes on the rule, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Nobody's at the house yet, so they're putting everything off. Well, there are another hearings, apparently. Judiciary was going on, too. I was actually going to pop on with that one, then I heard this one come up, and I was like, oh, nope, time to switch. They got to call people to the floor. You know how fucked up that's got to be. Jumping in between hearings and shit like that. But hey, that's what you signed up to do, though, right?
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today
What
on
up,
motions
Jennifer?
to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered.
I mean, I'm not.
Or votes subjected
I thought I was going to have a good full fucking day at work today,
The House
and I
will
didn't.
resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4405.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4405, a bill to require the Attorney General to release all documents and records in possession of the Department of Justice relating to Jeffrey Epstein and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 4405.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
We all support holding bad guys accountable.
Did this motherfucker just say
and
Mr.
we're all going to
Beaker?
vote for this resolution. But I think a little perspective is important. Democrats have spent 6 months talking about Epstein, even though they had 4 years to do something about it.
Yep.
Now, why would they do that? Why would they do that? Maybe it's to go after President Trump.
Yep.
Never forget, they shut down the government for 43 days. They said, don't worry about our military. Don't worry about air traffic controllers. Don't worry about our economy. Don't worry about American families. No, no, no. Close the government for a month and a
planes
half
fall out of the
because
sky.
it might hurt the president. For the past decade, there's been one constant for Democrats. One constant. Go after Trump. They spied on his campaign. Then it was Mueller. Then it was impeachment 1. Then it was impeachment 2. Then it was all the lawfare. Alvin Bragg, Fonnie Willis, Letitia James. Then it was Arctic Frost investigation at the Justice Department, surveilling United States senators and congressmen, and a whole host of other Americans. Then it was Jack Smith and his gag orders and his raiding President Trump's home. Then it was a 43-day shutdown, and now it's
Poor
Epstein.
Jennifer.
And by the way, the same party that did all that, they were also the ones who were texting with Mr. Epstein during a hearing where Michael Cohen was their witness in another effort to go after the president.
Yep.
Americans see through it all, and frankly, it's actually kind of sad. This obsession, this syndrome, this mindset that says we got to go after President Trump no matter what that they have. And when I think about it, I think it's because President Trump and Republicans have accomplished so much that they told the voters they were going to accomplish in the 2024 election. We're actually doing what we said we were going to do. President Trump said he was going to cut taxes, and he did. President Trump said he would secure the border, and he did. President Trump said he'd get men out of women's sports, and he did. President Trump said he would make sure Iran doesn't have nuclear capability, and he did. And he said he would get the hostages out of Gaza back into Israel, and he did. All in 9 months. So I don't know what causes this mindset, this syndrome that the left has, but I know one thing. It is real. Which brings me to last week. Think about what the Democrats did last week. The Democrats released an email that the Oversight Committee had obtained from the estate, an email from Mr. Epstein to Ms. Maxwell. When the Democrats released it, they redacted the victim's name, something we all support, something everyone supports, except in this case, no court had ordered that name redacted, no agency had redacted it, and the estate didn't redact it, and the victim had already went public. So why black out her name? Why black out her name? Because she had said in her book and had testified under oath that she never saw any wrongdoing by President Trump. So think about what they did. In an email between two criminals, Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell, in an email between two criminals, they hide the name of an individual who had went public and exonerated the president, and we know why, to distort and twist the message because they thought it might harm the president. Their position, cover up the names of people who are already public, but don't worry about other innocent people who the court said should remain private.
Internet here in the morning, finally. Hell
And
yeah,
I think
Lord.
the American people see through it. They see through
Almost
what the
set
Democrats
up,
are
right?
doing. The American people know what this is. They know Democrats have nothing else to run on because of the success of this administration. So I say let's vote yes on this resolution, and then let's get focused on making sure we're doing what the American families elected us to do. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So what are we going to do about it here, though, Jim? Are we just going to write another strongly worded letter to act like you've done something? Or are you actually going to push for something here? Are you actually going to put yourself on the line? Because let's not forget the Hunter Biden debacle, right? Yeah, you told him it was okay for him to spit in the face of Congress and the American people twice, and it was okay. You don't have to go through the contempt of Congress. You don't have to be thrown in prison. All you have to do is just come talk to us behind closed doors. And then take forever for that information to get out. Come on, man.
The gentleman is recognized.
Today, 4 months and 3 days after Mr. Khanna and Mr. Massey introduced their discharge petition, perhaps the most famous discharge petition in American history, the People's House unites across party lines to draw a moral line. We draw a line against the rape and sexual violation of children. We draw a line against the global criminal trafficking of girls and young women to service the pleasure of rich and powerful men who...
Yet you've protected this shit the entire time. You are actually linked to Epstein himself as well now, motherfucker. First thing we've ever been able to find on your ass, and you are linked to Epstein. Goddamn.
Believe they are beyond all law and all morality. We draw a line to put the voices of the victims and the survivors first. We ask the Senate to join us without changes rather than obstruct this bill with dilatory amendments, legislative graffiti, and self-dealing million-dollar jackpot provisions.
I mean, it's actually live, so I can only speed up a few minutes.
We're finally voting today because of a bipartisan discharge petition led by Representatives Massey and Khanna and signed by 218 of us overthrew the determined obstruction
This is going on
of the
pretty much
Speaker.
live now.
This forced vote means the House will no longer acquiesce in this astonishing real-time cover-up of a multi-billion-dollar global sex trafficking and child rape ring that has ravaged the lives of more than 1,000 girls and young women. We're here today because these victims, these survivors, these citizens, these inspiring women who have come to Washington are demanding nothing less than justice and the complete truth about who is responsible for their vicious abuse, including those responsible for enabling it, ignoring it, bankrolling it, and covering it up. We join them today in rejecting any more dangerous lies about the crimes they suffered. No, child sex abuse is not a hoax. It's a crime. Human trafficking is not a hoax. It's a crime. These crimes are a curse on children and young people across America, in universities and elementary schools, in churches and mosques and synagogues, in Boy Scout troops and college sports teams and summer camps. Anywhere the powerful and the rich believe they've got the opportunity and the impunity to exploit the young, the poor, the powerless, and the vulnerable. We must face the truth and find the co-conspirators still at large in one of America's most extensive and sophisticated sex trafficking and child abuse rings in history. Release of the file will expose the role of everybody who facilitated and covered up these crimes, like J.P. Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and Bank of New York Mellon, which executed billions of dollars in transactions related to these offenses, as well as any bank executives who participated in the sexual abuse of girls and young women. We must expose everyone who covered up these crimes, like Alex Acosta, the former U.S. attorney in Miami, Donald Trump's labor secretary, who gave Jeffrey Epstein.
Prison staffers fired after stealing Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney-client emails and funneling them to Representative Raskin, who then leaked the stolen material to media under a fake whistleblower label.
An unbelievable sweetheart plea deal, immunized
unnamed
conspirators, and killed an investigation.
Leaked the information. It wasn't somebody else. An actual representative gave the information to the media.
With that, I'm going to
what up, Lenny?
Yield. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the distinguished chair of the House Oversight Committee, Mr. Comer, the gentleman from Kentucky.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chairman of the House Oversight Committee, I've always believed that sunshine is the best disinfectant. For years, the American people have demanded transparency about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's horrific crimes.
Yes.
and about the federal government's failure to protect the victims.
Yes.
The House Oversight Committee is conducting a thorough review of the federal government's investigation into Epstein. Our work goes far beyond the legislation before us today. We are committed to accountability, transparency, and justice for the American people and for the survivors of these appalling crimes.
Then release
To
the
date,
shit.
the Oversight Committee has released more than 65,000 pages of documents, issued 13 subpoenas, and conducted interviews with 2 key witnesses, both of whom were Republicans. The Trump administration has provided us with Department of Justice materials and access to suspicious activity reports. Unfortunately, throughout this investigation, Democrats have chosen to manufacture yet another anti-Trump hoax instead of pursuing justice. They have mischaracterized witness testimony and selectively released documents complete with targeted redactions in an effort to smear President Trump. For example, former U.S. Attorney General Bill Barr, who oversaw the 2019 Epstein investigation, stated clearly under oath that the prosecution team found no evidence that President Trump committed wrongdoing. Despite this simple and straightforward fact, Ranking Member Robert Garcia, moments after that deposition, tiptoed out and publicly claimed that, quote, Barr could not clear Trump of wrongdoing. That was a lie, and we have the transcript to prove it. I invite the media to read the transcript. When the Oversight Committee interviewed former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Alex Acosta, Democrats whipped themselves into a frenzy trying to manufacture a gotcha moment, but they failed. Mr. Acosta dismantled the Democrats' narrative.
This sounds like it's hard for you to breathe there,
confirmed there
Comer.
was no contact between President Trump and Mr. Acosta and no connection between President Trump in the Epstein case. Next, Democrats resorted to selective leaks and doctored documents to mislead the American people. Oversight Committee Republicans have posted 65,000 pages of documents we have received to date. Democrats, by contrast, have released fewer than 1 dozen. In their latest selective leak, Democrats released just three of the 23,000 pages of documents from the Epstein estate. And they made redactions to 2 of those emails that changed both the context and the meaning of the 3 pages they released. When CNN called them out for their deceptive redactions, Representatives Stansbury and Crockett tried to blame Republicans for their own edits, for the Democrat Oversight Committee edits. After Democrats released only 3 emails, Republicans released over 23,000 pages. And what did Democrats say in response when we released every single document that we got? They claimed full transparency was meant to, quote, disorient or distract from their manufactured narrative. These are the same Democrats who chant, release the files every day until the files contradict the story they want to tell.
I mean, that's always, though.
That is the definition of hypocrisy. In contrast, full transparency exposed how Epstein appears to be TDS patient zero. The evals reveal a journalist coached Epstein to blackmail then presidential candidate Donald Trump.
The gentleman's recognized.
The files
I gotta get
also
something to
show
drink. Hold
that
on.
a House Democrat colluded with Epstein during the 2019 oversight hearing to discredit witness with a vendetta against President Trump. And unsurprisingly, Democrats have been silent about their colleagues' coordination with Epstein. Another email shows Democrat fundraisers invited Epstein to an event or to meet privately with Hakeem Jeffries as part of their 2013 effort to win a majority. So Hakeem Jeffries' campaign solicited money from Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we found in the last document batch. The files underscore why former President Trump must appear for his deposition. We've subpoenaed him. To date, the Democrats have done nothing to help us secure his appearance. I support full transparency. The Oversight Committee will continue to work to get the truth to the American people and to get justice for for the victims. That's our goal of this investigation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I should just point out that we've heard now from the two distinguished chairmen of the Judiciary and the Oversight Committee, and they've spoken almost exclusively to denounce Democrats. We have a bipartisan coalition here demanding the truth about the largest child sex abuse and trafficking ring perhaps in American history, certainly in this century, and they want to just throw stones at the Democrats. What a remarkable failure of leadership we're seeing from the other side. And I imagine that the chairman of the Oversight Committee will follow up his spectacular failure in trying to impeach President Biden with his spectacular failure in trying to block the resolution we brought to the floor today. I'm happy to yield 1 minute.
Tea brewing.
Excuse me, you're not recognized, whoever's speaking. And I'd like to yield
Jesus
1 minute
Christ,
to the very
look at the back of his head. Look at the back of his head. Holy fuck. That was horrible. That was a horrible hair plug job, man.
Minority Leader on the House Oversight Committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, it's wonderful to hear Republicans and certainly the chairman of our committee finally wanting transparency on this issue.
Oh, shit.
It is time to end this White House cover-up now. Now, we know that Donald Trump has tried everything to kill our Jeffrey Epstein investigation, and he's failed. And now he's panicking. He's about to lose his Epstein vote to force the Department of Justice to release the files.
Yo, what the fuck are you talking about?
Clear. Trump has the power to release the files today. He does not even need a vote. And he continues to defy the subpoena of the Oversight Committee to release all the files. What is Donald Trump hiding? What is Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, hiding? Why won't they release the Epstein files right now? And he must explain to the public why he moved sex trafficker and monster Ghislaine Maxwell to a cushy, low-security prison after her interview with Trump's personal lawyer. He should declare, and every Republican should say, that she does not deserve a pardon or commutation.
The gentleman's time is
What
expired.
the fuck is happening right here?
20 more seconds.
We don't care how much money you have, what party you're in, how powerful you are. We should get justice for the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. And our work on the committee is not over. Next up are the bank and financial records.
Yo, how the fuck are these motherfuckers gonna sit here and play like they didn't actually have that fucking time? Number one. Number two, how are you gonna sit here and act like it's the Republicans holding this shit back when Tim Burchett tried to bring a vote to the floor immediately as soon as y'all came back and you blocked it so you could do this shit?
Possible level of transparency when it comes to the heinous crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. That's why I've consistently said I am inclined to vote for this bill, and it's why I will be doing so today. The victims deserve the truth. They deserve justice, and they deserve closure. For months, they've had to wake up every day and see the name of their tormentor on the front page of every newspaper, on every TV channel, as has the broader American public. This issue has been so politicized by so many people in so many ways, which is deeply unfortunate when we're talking about matters of the highest sensitivity and untold suffering. It is my hope that the passage of this resolution today, together with the work of the Oversight Committee, will lead to the expeditious release of all pertinent material so that we can move on. Let's get accountability, let's get answers, and let's get this over with. I yield back.
Please do. God damn.
The gentleman reserves.
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the very distinguished gentlelady from Washington, a member of the Judiciary Committee.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of girls,
pug-faced
children, were abused
Shovel
by Jeffrey
face.
Epstein and his massive and powerful ring of pedophiles and protectors of pedophiles. We can't say all their names here. We don't have time. But let's at least bring a few of the courageous survivors and their names onto the House floor right here as we debate this.
Okay.
Haley Robson, Jenna Lisa Jones, Michelle Licata, Ashley Rubright, Annie Farmer, Marina Lacerda,
Hey.
Rachel Benavides.
We were listening to
women
that
have
last
carried
night.
a burden
I
that they
need to bring
never
that
should
back
have
up
had
to
to
you
bear.
guys.
And today,
We need to hear
they
that
demand,
statement again, because
we
this sounded
demand,
fake as
the
fuck.
American people demand that we answer their clarion call to justice. Today, despite all the giant cover-up attempts by this administration and this Speaker of the House, we will vote to release all the Epstein files. To be clear, there is no protection for pedophiles, no protection for the rich and powerful men of either party who participated, who turned a blind eye, who winked and grinned while witnessing the horrific abuses of young children. Release all the damn files now.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a
That
minute
was
and a half to the
performative
distinguished
and
gentleman
fake.
from North Carolina and member of our committee.
The gentleman
That was
recognized.
way too
Thank you, Mr.
performative
Speaker.
and fake.
I have been very supportive of this effort, specifically to bring justice to the victims of this horrific series of crimes. However, I have worked behind the scenes to raise concerns with this petition as it is currently drafted. Specifically, I believe that there is grave risk at harming innocent people. And I repeat, harming innocent people. When innocent people are harmed, that is not furthering justice. With an investigation of this size and a file that is as large as the Epstein files and as poorly defined as that is in this petition, there will invariably be people who are released pursuant to this discharge petition who had nothing to do with criminal activity. Imagine, if you will, a bellman, a waiter, some type of doorman, a mere social attendee who had no impact whatsoever on the criminal activities of Jeffrey Epstein, no participation. Their lives are forever ruined. And I'm reading specifically from the petition's language that prohibited grounds for withholding information in this file are embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. And I would just submit, if you were going to be embarrassed, if you were going to suffer social harm, and that is all of the encompassed activity that you are part of, you will be named in this petition. And I resent that. Innocent people should not be harmed when we are pursuing justice.
But that's what you get with shovel face.
I understand the political nature of this petition. I resent the fact that there was not room for good faith amendments. And I urge the Senate to protect innocent people. I yield back.
He yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. I'm yielding 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Representative Kamlager Dove.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Cum lover?
Mr. Speaker, 1 in 3 women and girls around the world are physically and sexually assaulted each year.
It's
of the
cam logger,
152 women in
but
this
he said
body,
cum
that
lover.
means 51 women. It includes your daughters, your sisters, your nieces, your mothers. And with the Epstein files, we have a chance to change that. But real talk, the administration doesn't need a discharge petition. It has not complied with the subpoena, and it has the power to release the files today. Instead, the man in the most powerful position in the world has used the full weight of the government to block and obfuscate and deflect the full release of the files. It is the same person who intimidated female members of Congress to withdraw names from the petition, who responded quiet piggy to a female reporter who asked about the files, and who nominated an alleged sexual predator to be our AG. It is the same person whose name appears more than any other in the Epstein emails. And in the pantheon of violence, a sexual predator is the worst of the worst, so why protect him? It's also curious that the judiciary is managing this debate and has not even had this come before the committee.
Piggy.
I wonder why. Release the files now!
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, cum lover. Have a nice day.
Mr. Roy, chairman of the Constitution Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Quiet piggy.
I thank the chairman. Today, a united Republican Party and a bipartisan supermajority is going to pass a bill to increase transparency regarding the egregious abuses by Jeffrey Epstein, a goal that anyone of conscience desires.
I'm a dick.
That is, in totality, an important statement to check the rich and the powerful. Remember how we got here. After decades, it was President Trump's Department of Justice that indicted Jeffrey Epstein in July of 2019. It was President Trump's DOJ that arrested and indicted Ms. Maxwell. It was the Republican-led Oversight Committee, through 13 subpoenas, that has released 65,000 pages of files in just 10 months. Meanwhile, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have largely ignored this issue. It was Democrats who redacted an email to mislead the American people about the truth of a witness that exonerated President Trump. It was a Democrat Representative Plassett, who literally texted with Jeffrey
Plaskett.
Epstein as we questioned Michael Cohen. It was Democrats who shut down the government, resulting in the delay of swearing in of members. As we vote to pass this legislation, and it will pass, it is impossible, however, to avoid problems with its politicization. One colleague has offensively gone so far as to say that to oppose this bill means you support pedophiles. Yet I know good public servants, former law enforcement, former prosecutors who never knew Epstein, never knew any visitors to his criminal enterprise, who have genuine concerns about supporting this bill out of fear of creating new victims or harming existing victims or both. That is what we've reduced Congress to, inserting itself into the prosecutorial process for political motivations, driven heavily by hatred of President Trump. We should be concerned about victim privacy, concerned about risking disclosure of non-credible allegations, of child sexual abuse materials, future investigations. But here's the deal. The leaders of this nation must expose abuses by the rich and the powerful. That is why President Trump and the House have been working for full transparency. But we should be motivated by truth and justice for all, not politics. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, Representative Clark, the minority whip.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This should be an easy vote. This is about justice for the victims and survivors of Jeffrey Epstein.
Stop playing games and just get it done.
This is about every victim of trafficking and sexual abuse, monstrous crimes that thrive in secrecy and fear. Yet instead of shining a light on that darkness, just moments ago, Donald Trump defended the continued obstruction of releasing these files. Even as House Republicans prepare to vote yes today,
oh my God.
Speaker Johnson is calling this a show vote. He's calling it dangerous. He is signaling the U.S. Senate to block it. Republicans continue to use their power to shield rich pedophiles from justice. If you can't stand up for these survivors, how can anyone trust you to stand up for them?
Ma'am, does stupidity hurt or are you used to the pain? Do you actually realize that the American people know better? My tea is brewing. I gotta go grab that.
I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back.
We yield.
The gentleman reserves. Does the gentleman reserve?
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yes, just very quickly, what happened under the Biden administration? Well, under the Biden administration, Ghislaine Maxwell was prosecuted for conspiring to sexually abuse and traffic girls in 2020. Right when it's in 2021, she was convicted. In December of 2021, after a month-long trial in Judge Nathan's courtroom, in 2022, Maxwell was sentenced to 20 years in prison under the Biden administration for sex trafficking and sexual abuse of minors. But when President Trump took office in January of 2025, they killed the investigation. They assembled all the materials, they got all the prosecutors together, and they terminated the investigation. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Raja Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support to release the Epstein files. First, this issue is beyond party. It's a question of justice. Survivors have waited too long. Stop the delay. This is not a hoax. Release the files. Second, we must face a hard truth. Silence that shields the powerful is a betrayal of those they hurt. Congress must reject any attempt, including a presidential pardon or any form of clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell. This cannot be done. This would be a cover-up. We cannot allow clemency of any kind for Maxwell, not now, not ever. Survivors deserve justice. I urge a strong yes vote. Thank you.
Yields back.
I want to thank the gentleman for his eloquent remarks. Pardons are for people who are contrite. Pardons are for people who are repentant. Pardons are not for people who lie. Every member of this body should immediately, verbally, vocally denounce the idea of clemency, commutation, or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, and we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves.
I yield 30 seconds to Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
The gentlelady is recognized.
There were thousands of girls and young women abused, trafficked, and used by Epstein, the elite and the powerful who believed they could get away with it. Epstein told the young victims that he controlled the banks and the government. Those women refused to be silenced, and today they have pierced the dark with their light. Anytime any girl is trafficked, molested, or abused, the world must stand up. Today, the House proves Jeffrey Epstein wrong. The Senate must do the same tomorrow.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from
I'm so glad I missed Ledger Fernandez.
1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman from California.
Fucking hell yeah.
I thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, a minute and a half or an hour,
Isa.
the words would still have to be the same. We've all said that this will pass the House, perhaps unanimously today. I think all of us who have looked at the details of this particular bill know that it is flawed and that before it goes to the president's desk, it has to be amended as it can be amended in the Senate. And we call on the Senate to amend it so that we protect the innocent, so that we have the provisions that were intended perhaps to be in this bill but are not properly written. With that, President Trump has said, get it to his desk, he will sign it. President Trump has said he will do it. But I'm going to say to all of us, it is also important that we remember that Epstein is dead, but people live on, people who were innocent, people who in fact should not be named. We're not talking about the rich and the powerful, we're talking about the very victims. That is what we need to make sure is amended before it goes to the president's desk. And with that, I thank the chairman for his time. I think no more needs to be said that this body will vote for it all, but let's not kid ourselves. It has to be changed so that it properly protects both the tradition of the grand jury and clearly those innocent people that would otherwise be swept up. And I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields back. Reserve. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I mean, the American people ain't even arguing that.
Innocent. Mr. Speaker, the Senate must pass the bill as we are passing it today and as the president has said he would sign it after changing his position on the bill over the weekend when he could see the tidal wave of public opinion moving against him. Let's pass this bill, pass it in the Senate, sign the bill, and let us go ahead and release the complete file. I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Arizona, Representative Ansari.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the walls are closing in on Donald Trump and his rich and powerful friends who either abused or raped children or were enabling and complicit in these heinous crimes for decades.
Yeah, what fucking world do we live in?
Here is the truth. Donald Trump could direct the Department of Justice to release the files today.
What up, Shane? How you doing?
He is choosing not to. They are already under subpoena, led by oversight Democrats, and have refused. This is an ongoing cover-up by the Trump White House, and Mike Johnson and the House has been complicit. What is Trump hiding? Why not release the files today? This is a
time has expired.
Release the files today. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
You know what? That's an actual good idea. We should go ahead and reset all the mods and everything, and we'll just choose 3, and y'all vote them in. 3 with a backup just in case, and y'all vote them in. We should do that.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Today I want to talk about hypocrisy. Let me be clear. I was from Jumpstart, a co-sponsor of this very bill. From the beginning, we should never protect pedophiles. But for months, my Democratic colleagues have done what they think is politically convenient through all the yelling, through all the tears, through all the sadness. They say releasing the Epstein list is of grave concern to them. If that was true, where were they during the 4 years of the Biden presidency? Why didn't they demand the release of these files from Jumpstart in year 1? Mr. Speaker, why didn't they ask for them in year 2? Or if that wasn't good enough, maybe in year 3, they had control. Or not even in his final year of office, other than a single letter the ranking member wrote in 2019, a single letter.
This dude, Mr.
Not
Lynch,
one Democrat
is
on the
goddamn
committee spoke out about
pathetically
Epstein
retarded.
or his victims
I mean,
of this very terrible tragedy.
it's bad.
Other than to say that he didn't like the plea deal. Let me say this. When they stand here today insisting how badly they want these files released, why didn't they do it? Yet they stayed silent for year after year after year after year under Joe Biden. It's impossible. Mr. Speaker, it is impossible to see that as genuine. What I see is a group more focused on scoring political points and drama than of protecting abused children. The record is clear. Under Republicans, far more information has been released in the last 6 months than was done during all 4 years of the previous presidency under Joe Biden. We've actually been the party of transparency.
Hey, take a second to swallow, sir. To swallow your spit.
The truth. Unfortunately, and I'm sad to say it, they have been the party of hypocrisy. Mr. Chair, I reel back.
How the fuck did you?
Back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
You know, I've never heard a more defensive presentation in my life than what we're hearing from over there. The gentleman should spend a little less time pointing out hypocrisy and a little more time trying to ferret out cruelty, humiliation, and rape. And that's what we're working on. I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Min.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I want to remind you that we are all here voting on this bill because President Trump, who has the power to release the Epstein files at any time, has refused to do so, calling this a hoax. We're here because Speaker Mike Johnson and President Trump have gone to extraordinary lengths to try to kill and delay the discharge petition, including...
You know what? That's too easy.
refusing to seat Adelita Grijalva for over 40 days and threatening House Republicans who signed on. Now, several of my Republican colleagues have accused those of us House Democrats who support justice here of having Trump derangement syndrome.
Mr.
You all
Min.
suffer from something much worse, which is pedophile protection syndrome.
Representative Min.
Stop protecting
Ladies and
pedophiles.
gentlemen.
Release the Epstein files. The victims deserve justice. I yield back.
We reserve.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair.
No kidding.
The
No.
gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
I'm yielding 30 seconds to my friend, Representative Walkinshaw from Virginia.
The gentleman is recognized.
For years, Mr. Speaker, we have watched
Keep
dangerous
delaying.
conspiracies
Delay,
like
denied,
Pizzagate and QAnon
then
shape
vote.
our political landscape. They help fuel the rise of President Trump and were built on baseless claims about secret pedophile rings, while the real documented case of child sex trafficking involving Jeffrey Epstein remained shrouded in secrecy because President Trump refuses to release the files. What is President Trump hiding? Why won't he release the files? The House finally has the opportunity to act, release the files, and let the American people see the truth. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
I mean, you're not wrong. It is I have admitted it multiple times, Glenn. It is a bullshit reason why I hate that fat fuck. It is a stupid ass reason. But it is a reason in and of my head. Call it TDS, whatever. He's a dick. He really is. But I give him props because he's a great fucking president.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Granting 30 seconds to the very distinguished gentlelady who is finally with us, Representative Adelita Grijalva from Arizona 7th.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the survivors, family members, and advocates who are here today and have never given up. The legislation in front of us
Her voice already hurts my
is about
brain.
something very simple. The survivors deserve justice. The American people deserve the truth. To every survivor watching, your courage is inspiring. You are the reason why this vote is happening today. Protecting women and children from pedophiles should not be a Democratic issue, should not be a Republican issue. It should be a human rights issue and a matter of justice. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, and we reserve.
The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House.
They were clapping because it was our first speech as a representative. That was neither approval nor disapproval. They were just saying, good job. Wow.
The gentleman from Maryland.
Yeah, but I'll just add, they're here as honored guests of the House, and we're delighted they're here, and with that, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
I'm granting 30 seconds to Representative Lois Franco from Florida.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
She just straight up bounced.
For far too long, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse were failed by a justice system that minimized their suffering and prosecutors who treated young girls as if they were criminals. That was wrong, and I am here with my colleagues to promise this. We will get to the bottom of why the Epstein survivors were treated so badly, who made those decisions, and who were they protecting.
My question is, who the fuck are you?
No more excuses. We all deserve the truth, and I thank the survivors for their courage and perseverance. Your voices are being heard.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mr.
The gentleman from Louisiana is
recognized. Jesus muffin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, for doing such an extraordinary job on all of this. For 43 long days, the Democrats held this House and the entire country hostage. Finally, with the lights back on, this body's returning to our regular legislative session. We have a lot of work to do. My colleagues on this side of the chamber are ready and eager to get back to our urgent legislative work that we promised the American people we would do. We've got to continue lowering the cost of health care. We've got to bring down prices for American families, and we've got to finish the regular appropriations process, just to name a few of those priorities. And I wish I could say that our first order of business would be to get to those urgent priorities, but of course we're here spending time on the floor about something else. This is something we could have resolved last week when we brought a unanimous consent to pass this discharge with the full support of the body. But our friends over here who are arguing today stalled that. They objected to it, and they wanted to have this exercise instead. And that's why we say that this is a show vote. That's what this is. They're making a show of it. And it really is a shame. We have some heroic women in the chamber today. I met with many of them a while back. They're in the gallery here. They have come forward. They have shown their faces. They've used their names to share the unspeakable tragedies that many of them were subjected to, some of them when they were very young. And it is a heroic service to the country. They are seeking justice, and the justice has been delayed for too long. The Department of Justice, many years ago, should have brought these charges. It took too long to do it. And now we're in this process of making sure all the American people get the information, but we have to do it in the right way, After 4 years of Democrat control under President Biden, they were not truthful with us about a lot of things.
What are you trying to say
here? The
here?
Democrats insisted the border was secure. We knew it wasn't. They insisted that inflation was transitory. We knew it wouldn't be. They misled the American people about the obvious mental and physical decline of the previous commander-in-chief. And now those same Democrats are demanding transparency. Suddenly, transparency is their new word. Out of nowhere, they've taken a curious concern in the Epstein investigation, all in the name of that, in the name of transparency. But the question has been asked here many times during the debate on the floor.
Where is he going with
Everybody questioning why it is the Democrats have done this right now have to look at the obvious facts. The Democrats had all the Epstein files in their possession for 4 long years under the Biden presidency. The Biden Department of Justice had these files.
That was a weird way of going about it, wasn't it?
Today about the urgency of this release ever said a word about it. And it was the Democrats who could have urged President Biden's Department of Justice to go beyond prosecuting just Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, but they didn't do it. And so it's a fair question to ask today, why now? Why the sudden urgent interest in Jeffrey Epstein? Look, we know why. It's because the Democrats,
dude, that was a long reach around for that shit. What the fuck?
Executing justice or protecting the victims of this unspeakable tragedy before. The simple truth is obvious for everybody to see. This is a political exercise for Democrats, and it pains me to say it. I wish that was not the truth, but it is, and it's undeniable. This is as deceitful and dishonest as their pointless stunt was to shut the government down. Democrats are using the Epstein tragedy, the unspeakable evils that this guy committed with his trafficking ring and all of the abuses that they made these young women go through. They're using that as a political weapon to try to distract from their failures as a party and to try their best to try to tie President Trump somehow into this wretched scandal. The president had nothing to do with it. He's been very clear, and he has nothing to hide, and that's why he's endorsed the vote today. I suspect this vote will be probably unanimous. But here's the important point that everybody needs to understand. We have been advocates of maximum transparency, but we have also insisted that the victims be carefully protected. The Oversight Committee has been doing extraordinary work, and we've got some of the most vigorous advocates on the Republican and Democrat side on the Oversight Committee. They've been working in earnest to deliver transparency for the American people and to do it in a responsible manner.
Not.
What do we mean by that?
What the fuck are you talking about?
The bipartisan effort over there is already producing all the results that the discharge petition seeks and much, much more. Chairman Comer and all of these advocates over there have been releasing thousands of documents, for example, from the Epstein estate. By the way, in my view, that's been the greatest treasure trove of information because it's yielded for us Epstein's own personal flight logs, his financial records, his daily calendars, and so much more. But importantly, none of that was addressed or is addressed in the legislation that's being voted on today. The estate files wouldn't even have been encompassed in that. And so it goes to show that the Oversight Committee is doing it from the right way. From the very beginning, we've been insistent that this matter be handled carefully and with the utmost caution and care for the people who have been harmed.
Sorry, I'm hearing this motherfucker going like 3 different directions all at the same time.
We're talking about real people's lives at stake here, and young victims who don't want to be dragged into this political game that could get hurt further. But the Democrats are rushing the release of thousands of unsubstantiated documents that may be included in this, that are going to be in the public domain with the passage of this bill. And there are serious deficiencies in the legislation that I have noted at length. And Republicans have to work to address those deficiencies in the Senate if and when this legislation is advanced. I stood before the American public today at our press conference, and I explained in detail the dangers of the discharge petition. We have posted at my website, speaker.gov, a summary. The legal counsel, a small army of lawyers, put this together. I used to be a federal court litigator. Many of my colleagues who have spoken today were. We understand the dangers of how this was haphazardly drawn up. And among them, by the way, Mr. Speaker, before I forget, I seek unanimous consent to enter into this document into the record. It is that. It's on the website.
Yeah, that is her.
It's entitled, How the Flaws of H.R. 4405 Could Re-Victimize Epstein's Victims, Create New Victims, and Damage the Judicial System. It is dated today. Thank you. And it summarizes just 5 or 6 of the major concerns. Among them,
oh, hell yeah, they are, Muffin.
Victim privacy. It could create new categories of victims. It potentially jeopardizes grand jury secrecy. It fails to prohibit release of child sexual abuse materials that are not appropriately defined in the legislation. It jeopardizes future federal investigations, and we have national security concerns regarding classified information. We'll put this in the record because we need the legislative record to reflect what is the legislative intent behind this vote. I used to litigate cases. We would litigate federal statutes and whether or not they could survive, and legislative intent is important, and we need to say clearly for the record, as a Speaker of the House, I'm saying to you, this legislation that will pass today is flawed and it must be amended. The question is, why didn't we amend it here before we passed
even letting them vote?
Because the authors won't allow it. Because under the rules of the House, under a discharge petition, they have to agree.
Glenn, here's the problem with this, okay? As far as like voting and everything is concerned. Look, it's cool that the people have the power to elect people in. However, I do think there needs to be some kind of litmus test to understand that you know who and what you're voting for. Shouldn't be just be a D or an R kind of situation. That should never be a fucking thing. If you cannot name the candidates that are on your ballot and at least one policy that they stand by, you shouldn't be able to vote. At least 70, we can even go, no, let's say this, 100% of the candidates on your ballot. You can get 70% of the policies that they stand for correct. You know that? Hey. You can put a name to a face, 100% of everybody on that ballot. And out of all that, maybe 70% you can put, hey, what they stand for. Then I'll give you the ability to vote, because at least you know what you're fucking talking about. At least you understand what the actual argument is. To a certain extent. But then therein lies the question. Who gives you that test? How do you get past that point? Because everywhere you go, that's just rife with corruption. I can just fuck around and just be like, no, well, you failed this way, you failed this way. This is technically not correct, so now you don't get to vote. Fucked up situation altogether. But the answer is not allowing every single fucking person on the face of the planet to vote. That's fucking dumb. This is how we got here. I don't know. I don't know an actual answer to that other than the fact that there does have to be some kind of litmus test. But again, the power is in who holds that litmus test.
To consent for the legislation to be amended, and they're not doing that. So now we rely upon our partners in the other chamber to get that done, and they need to do that. The victims deserve our utmost respect. In fact, they should be saluted for their courage. And the young women who have not come forward, who are now, some of them are middle-aged women who have not come forward, also deserve our respect, and they deserve to be protected. Republicans support
I'm grabbing the
transparency.
spaghetti.
We want
I'll be right
maximum
back.
transparency, especially when it comes to disclosing the names of anybody who had anything to do with these evils, anybody who conspired with or aided in any way Jeffrey Epstein. They must be brought to justice. We want the bill to be amended so it doesn't, at the same time, violate victim privacy, create new victims, disclose the names of any whistleblower or informant, cause the release of grand jury materials or child sexual abuse materials, or undermine our national security. And if and when the Senate takes this up, we will work with our colleagues over there to make sure that these things are corrected. I'll just close with this simple thought. We've been at this a while. It's drug on for a while, but it's time for this to come to light. I expect that this will be a unanimous vote, and it will reflect what I think every member in this chamber, and I'll say this now, at least in recent days, every member of the chamber on the Democrat side, they didn't say anything for 4 years, but they're for maximum transparency now, and so is this side. But we want to do it in a respectful and careful manner so that we don't subject innocent people to further harm. And that has been the whole thing. I told all my members today I'll be voting yes on this, and I suspect almost everyone will. We'll send it to the Senate, and we hope it's corrected. Thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'm yielding to Mr. Gomez for the sole purpose of making a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Gomez is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask a point of parliamentary inquiry. Is this an appropriate time to point out that the Republicans named children's savings account in their so-called One Big Beautiful Bill after Donald Trump, someone connected to one of the most notorious pedophiles in this country, or that the Speaker of the House just lied on the floor by stating that there was protections for the victims in the Epstein bill?
The gentleman is no longer recognized. The gentleman from Maryland, you are recognized.
Thank you. I am prepared to close. I've got no more speakers on my side.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No.
Gentleman from Ohio has 30 seconds.
Yo, the sound's coming from the headset. All I heard from the kitchen was screaming from this dude.
Can I inquire how much time is remaining?
30 seconds. 6 minutes, 15 seconds.
Take 30 his.
We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'll take the opportunity of the Speaker's presence to respond to some of the things that he said. In the very presence of the victims and the survivors who come to join us today, the Speaker said that now would be a time we should be working on urgent legislative work. Mr. Speaker, justice is urgent legislative work. The truth is urgent legislative work. The Speaker says, why now?
Stop clapping,
why now? Well,
dipshit.
Mr. Speaker, you were the one who refused to swear in Adelita Grajova for 50 days. We would have done it 50 days ago, but she provided the 218th signature on the discharge petition. So why now? It was because of your dilatory tactics, your delay, your postponement of it. Now, the gentleman says that there are not sufficient protections. There are protections in the bill for the victims to make sure that their names will be redacted. And yet we hear even the Speaker of the House of Representatives openly inviting the U.S. Senate to start finger painting on this bill, which we have waited more than 5 months to bring to the floor. The Senate should pass the bill exactly as it's written. The President should sign it exactly as he said he would when he finally changed his mind. And the Epstein file must be released. Moreover, if the president is serious about what he's saying, he's got the power to release the Epstein file right now. Nobody's stopping him. It's within his possession. It's within his control. He can release the whole thing, and he can redact the names of the victims and others who are innocent in this process. Mr. Speaker, Speaker Johnson said that these are unspeakable evils. Well, because of the bravery and the invincible courage of the women who've joined us today, they're no longer unspeakable. They're spoken. They're articulated. The cat is out of the bag, and we know what's been going on for decades. It's been a double standard of justice, going all the way back to Alex Acosta, who later got rewarded with a cabinet appointment in the Trump administration. Alex Acosta had a 60-count federal indictment ready to go against all kinds of people for an interstate sex trafficking conspiracy with solicitation, with child sex abuse, all of it. And he traded that 60-count federal indictment for 1 count in state court. And Jeffrey Epstein ended up getting the sweetest of sweetheart deals ever on the plea bargain front. He was free from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to do whatever he wanted and continuing to perpetrate his crimes and run his
I'm set up for the long haul, ladies and gentlemen.
Watch TV and spend the night in jail. And it was over in about a
I got
year.
some spaghetti, brewed some
After
tea.
the rape and sexual abuse of hundreds and hundreds of girls, and he kept going, and he kept at it. We want the whole truth to come out. This is the United States of America. Even the British monarchy wouldn't put up with this. How about the American democracy? How about we say, no way, we're not going to allow this cover-up to go on for 1 day more. And I'm glad the president changed his mind after pulling out all the stops to try to get one of our Republican colleagues to change their mind, to remove their name from the discharge petition. He gave up. And I want to salute the gentlelady from Colorado from having the courage to stand her ground in the Situation Room in the White House and say, no, she wasn't going to be bullied. No. So I'm glad the president changed his mind. But let's be clear, Mr. President, you've got the power today to release the entire file. That's what you called for. That's what Pam Bondi called for. That's what Kash Patel called for. So we don't need anybody calling for the Senate
Why are you
to
screaming?
slow things down for more weeks and more months. The American people have had it. We'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is reminded to direct your comments to the chair and not your colleagues. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized, and you do have 90 seconds remaining. Correction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
The Democrat Party, with help from the dishonest media, used the Epstein files not to seek justice from the victims, but to smear President Trump. And it's sickening, quite sickening. The Democrats have used the Epstein files to distract the American people from the wins President Trump and his administration have delivered for the American people for the last 11 months. I'm proud to work with my Republican colleagues on the House Oversight Committee in coordination with the Justice Department. 65,000 pages of documents are related from Epstein released. What have my Democrat colleagues done? They selectively leaked and altered documents to mislead the American people. As President Trump has stated, we have nothing to hide here. I'm voting to release the files so that we can move on from this smear campaign the Democrats have manufactured. God bless
Gentleman's
Donald J.
time has
Trump.
expired. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
All right. How much time do I have to close?
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank all of America for tuning in to this. I want to thank Representatives Massey and Khanna, Representative Green.
Are we doing
all
this?
of those who have insisted upon bringing the truth forward and a reckoning with the reality of one of the worst international child sex trafficking rings ever to exist in the United States and the cover-up attendant to it. We've got the opportunity today to do justice
for the victims, for the survivors who have come forward to say that the voice of the victims and the survivors must be put at the very center of our deliberations, not shunted off to the side, not submerged, not subordinated, but put at the very center. We must hear from the people who themselves were victimized by this nightmare. Now, our colleagues across the aisle seem to want to make this into some sort of partisan contest. I haven't heard so much talk about the Democrats.
I mean, it was the Democrats that started that shit from the very beginning.
All we've done here is to say we want to
Y'all were
bring
throwing
the truth
shade
forward.
as soon as the fucking
Along
shit
with
started.
a bipartisan group, we don't want the Senate monkeying
What up,
around
Dobie
with this
Qua?
in order to slow things down. We want it passed in the Senate. We want it
Julie,
signed.
how you
and
doing,
before
man?
that, if the president is true to his word and he wants to see all of this come to light, he can release it now instead of fighting, kicking, and screaming every step along the way. But I'm glad he's changed his mind, and I hope he maintains the momentum he's got to stick with the vast majority of the American people who want to see that the truth is done here. And while he's at it, the administration could reconsider their terrible policies, gutting federal offices and programs designed to combat violence against women. The DOJ terminated hundreds of grants to police departments, defunding the police when it comes to investigating violent sex crimes and to support victims. His Doge destroyed programs to combat international human trafficking rings. Let's get back on the side of the women. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker Johnson said it right. Why now after 4 years of doing nothing? Because going after President Trump is an obsession with these guys. Best example is John Brennan testified in front of our committee under oath, said he was not involved with the dossier. Only problem is Tulsi Gabbard declassified a report, released that report, and it said exactly the opposite. And she related a story in there where a CIA official went up to Mr. Brennan and said, we shouldn't include this in the report. And John Brennan's response was, yeah, but doesn't it ring true? Forget the facts, forget the truth, go after Trump, put it in. Same dynamic at work here. We're all for protecting innocent victims. We're all for exposing the bad guys who did bad things. But this is an obsession with the left. For 10 years, it's going after President Trump. So vote yes.
He's got a point.
Make sure the bad guys are held accountable. We all want to do that. Speaker Johnson's right. I think it's going to be unanimous. But understand what they're doing, because they had 4 years and didn't do a darn thing. With that, I yield back.
He's got a point, though.
Back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 4405? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without
Can I request a recorded vote, Mr.
The
Speaker?
gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yeah, I'm requesting a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Maryland has requested a recorded vote. Those
Cast,
favoring a
how you
recorded
doing?
vote will rise.
After 4 years in
Sufficient number
charge.
having risen, a
Do
recorded
you multi-stream
vote
or just
is
Rumble?
ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
We do YouTube and Rumble right now. Davey ain't with me, but we do YouTube and Rumble. We're probably going to be kicking out a little bit further, probably going to other platforms very soon. We just got to take everything slowly and get it all worked out. But yeah, I'm just off work a little bit early. Saw these things coming on. I have a House Judiciary one lined up, but yeah, I heard this one start, and I was just like, oh, this is going to be a good one. So yeah, we got that. Thoughtcast, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you, brother.
Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules will be followed by 5-minute votes on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, adoption of House Resolution 879 if ordered, and adoption of House Resolution 878. This is a 15-minute vote.
15-minute votes, so it's going to take them about 15 minutes. We got Thoughtcast here. Ladies and gentlemen, just going to go ahead and hit this one up for you. That is Thoughtcast link for my side there. And I'm going to throw it on the YouTube side as well for the Rumble for you. All right, so we can skip ahead a little bit of time here. Right now, everybody's voting yes. There are a whole bunch of no votes. We still got 6 minutes left. And then I want to turn attention over to Charlotte, North Carolina. Their city council has had a whole damn hearing about how to, well, let's just say they were conspiring to commit felonies by helping the illegals. Yeah, we'll be hitting that one up next. I was gonna do the judiciary one because, well, fuck it, but the other one's more important. I mean, that's all they ever do, though, Muffin. Doesn't matter if it's 15 minutes or 15 hours or 15 days, 15 years. That's all they ever do. Hey, crave some more noodles for this, but fuck it, there's only like one serving left. I feel like Davey now just eating on the stream. What up, Producer K? How you doing? I'm sorry, I haven't eaten since breakfast this morning at like 8 o'clock, 7:30, somewhere around there. All right. Oh, we will. This is going to be on for a while. Animal, how you doing? We got some things to listen to tonight. Might as well do it while I'm home, right? All right. Let's see. But yeah, we got the Charlotte City Council discusses Border Patrol operations. This was just fucking yesterday. And apparently they're talking about how they're just going to break the law to help the illegals. It was given through us through the Discord here by one of our viewers, Jonathan there. So yeah, we'll get into that one. And of course, we got the committee markup. If we still have time after that. Because the Charlotte City Council is an hour and a half.
Bags.
Full committee markup. You guys are done. Really? Oh, we got Swalwell and Goldman coming up. 131. Oh my God. 4 fucking hours. We ain't hearing this whole thing. Yeah, there ain't no fucking way. They're in recess. They ain't even done yet. Okay. But this is live going on right now, so I can't fast forward this one. The recorder vote shows that this is all for show. Both parties want names of the nays. Dude, I mean, let's put it this way. The only other way that I can actually sit here and I've said it before, but spin it as to why the Democrats blocked Tim Burchett trying to make the House, or trying to make the vote the first thing that happened when they came back, was because they wanted to put on this dog and pony show here. Information's going to come out because, well, number one, you got too many people saying yes and screaming about the shit. And number two, well, the Democrats can't hide shit anymore. What up, Grandall? How you doing? Didn't see your name. It was the same color as Producer K. I thought it was the same one. Yes, Lenny, just lip service. By the way, while that is happening, because I've been doing this. All right, I've been doing it before. Let me throw this up here real quick. Capture specific window. There we go. All right, hold on. Transform. Fit to screen. There we go. So I've been playing Satisfactory. I started a new one, and I actually, instead of playing creative, I'm actually starting over. Took about a good hour and a half to set this up right here. But I'm doing this in the background while I'm talking to y'all, watching the little chat and everything, watching the vote. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Go ahead and boost up thought there. For all those people who haven't. He's already at 1.29. Nice. Right. What was that? Oh yeah. One nay. And it's a Democrat. There's a whole bunch that aren't voting. All right, produce. Appreciate that, producer. I was going to say produce that, appreciator. See, I'm fucked up. There ain't just... Don't listen to me. I got so much going on right now. In my own damn head. All right. 44. I will say this, though. These motherfuckers do. You think they don't put in a lot of work. The work that they put in comes from running between these fucking hearings all the time. Because Chip was in this one, right? Check it out. Tam Lager-Dove. She was in that hearing. She's in this one. This one happened today, too. Of course, Jamie Raskin. Chip Roy's right here. They're running all over the place. Jim Jordan. Jayapal. They're running all over the place in these damn things. I do think they should have them one at a time. Complete fucking honesty so that people actually have to sit in there the entire time and hear everything in these things. But yeah. The non-votes are just as telling as the no votes. We are all a bit fucked up. Oh, I am, dude. Like, check this out. My brain works overtime. Like, it's just constantly going, just no matter what. If I drink or smoke, it slows it down a little bit so I can actually focus. But I can't, it doesn't help my reading comprehension because my brain's reading faster than my mouth does. Eventually, there's going to be that disconnect and I try to catch up. And I'll skip like a sentence or two when I'm reading. If I do it out loud. Like I have to literally just keep there and focus up and just be like, slowly read what's on the screen so that you can pronounce it correctly. Either that or I'll just skip a couple of sentences and just mold two of them together. It's weird. It's like my brain buffers a little bit. Yeah. Now here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. This is just on the motion to suspend the rules. That's it. This is nothing else but, hey, do you want to suspend the rules and just pass this anyway? Just so we don't have to go through more votes and more litigation, more bullshit on this? Welcome to my world. DC is 100% on PSYOPs. It's everywhere. Unintentionally that way. Oh yeah, 100% it is. That's why my ass, like, when I do these things, I usually just have them in my ear playing. But if I'm doing them on stream or something like that, then yeah, I'm usually doing something in the background. Because I can't stand just this, to listen to this dribble right here of people just talking. That happens a lot. But the outright retardation that you hear come out of these motherfuckers' mouths on a daily basis in these hearings, that'll open your eyes to some shit. You'd be like, can they really cut their own meat? Because I'm not too sure at this point. Very questionable. Reproduce. Which names? Okay. Oh shit. Okay, so now we got 5, 13, 1 Republicans voting no. Yo, who's that voting no? Well, I mean, this is only to suspend the rules. Everybody wants to suspend the rules and pass it anyway. I mean, it's already won. Can we just stop the games? You're not going to get people to flip their vote. Not that many people that fast. Unless they're all in on the ruse. And then the American people would just go nuts. Because they would, it'd be completely obvious that it was all just a ruse to keep you sedated. I guess you would be able to say that, right? Yeah. Keep you calm, cool, and sedated. So are you telling me we got 8 people that aren't there? That sounds about right. Okay, there's 7. Somebody else is just wanting to push her luck. Was that Pelosi? Did you have to wait for her ass to get back in the house? Or is she one of the 7 that aren't there? Probably isn't there. Because why? The bitch is out. She's been in there for half her life. She's got her $11 ice cream. And the stock trades to last her for her and her family for a couple generations. Yeah, she's good. Fine. I mean, fuck it. You know? I mean, it's not like the noose is starting to close around her neck and she sees it coming and she's just like, you know what? Maybe it's time I bow out. Because if I step out, maybe they'll just have mercy on me. No, fuck you. Bitch, your involvement in January 6th is all I need to know to say, well, my favorite word, treason. Oop. Probably Massey. No, Massey wants this. Massey wants it to be voted on right now. He's been calling for it. That can't be Massey that voted. That voted no. Massey isn't one of those type that actually says one thing and does another when it comes to voting. So I'm pretty sure he's voting yes on this. Although I will say this, I don't like the fact that the dude lost his wife 18 months later, was already married to another woman. Because that just tells me you had that woman in the background. You were just waiting. That's a little fucked up though, ain't it? I don't think you can really make the argument that you're just so grieving. Maybe, but it just seems so fucking weak for what Massey is. You know, that strong, independent character, you just make an excuse like, oh, I'm just weak. I have to be around somebody. 18 months, man? Yeah. Your wife would want you to move on, I get you, but I don't know. I don't think I could do it. Not for at least a couple of years, if that were the case. I couldn't carry that kind of baggage into another relationship. Oh shit!
The yeas are 427. The nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
I want to reconsider the fact that you're yelling into that fucking mic. All right. What was this saying? I don't remember. He scared the shit out of me with that scream.
Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 47, House Resolution 879. Resolution providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 130, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Buffalo Field Office Record of Decision and approved Resource Management Plan Amendment, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 131, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5
Imagine having that job right there.
of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program.
Imagine having that job right there. You get paid lots of money to just sit there and read pieces of paper into a microphone. And most of the time, they shut you up to continue, so you don't even have to do your fucking job. That would be perfect.
Secretary of Energy to direct the National Petroleum Council to issue a report with respect to the petrochemical refineries in the United States and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5107, to repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice
Your
Reform
job
Amendment
is
Act
to
of
read.
2022, enacted by the District of Columbia Council, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5214, to require mandatory pretrial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence
there's the thing.
and dangerous crimes, and require mandatory cash bail for certain offenses that
because look,
pose a threat.
Let me mute that. Most of the time with these things, when the clerk calls the roll or takes a vote or anything like that, that's about the most you would ever have to actually work as far as that goes. But most of the time it'd be like the clerk will read the bill pursuant to, hey, shut the fuck up. We're going to just say it's read, and then we're going to get into the hearing. That's your job. To just be like, House bill, whatever. All right, it's been read. Shut up. Let's get into it. And the only other time you have to do anything is if they call a roll call. That's it. Uh-oh. On ordering the previous question. I don't know what the previous question was. Whatever. You could just be up and moving around. I mean, fuck, you ain't got to sit in that same seat all day like she does. You could be just walking around. You hear somebody say, I request a recorded vote, just walk your happy ass back up to the table. I'd be walking around telling everybody how much they're fucking full of shit. Most of them, I'd be telling them how their mother failed humanity and they didn't take it in the ass the day where they were conceived. I'm a dick. Yeah, I know. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. We're going to go to this Charlotte City Council meeting here. I'll keep an eye on that. Not really.
Hands on deck.
It starts out this way, so.
Because it was shared last night by our chair of CMS, Chairwoman Sneed, that no individuals cannot step onto CMS school grounds, and including the parking lot. But here's the reality. Once you drop your child off and you step out into public space, that's a different conversation. So what can we do? Build stronger relationships with our neighbors. For that individual who is concerned about taking their child to school, and you know that that's your child's classmate, go ahead and get the homework. Check in with the teacher. If people are afraid to go to the grocery store and your neighbors, go ahead and walk a door or two doors down and knock on your neighbor's door to find out, do you need anything? I will go to the store and pick up what you need to help minimize you feeling the fear of going out, but you still need your medication, you still need groceries, you still need baby formula. This is where we come together as a community and step up to help each other and do just that. This is what being a neighbor looks like, because we do not have the
Being a neighbor
to direct
is helping illegals stay in this country.
Stop individuals. But I want to also make sure,
Wait, what?
as we have this language in here regarding ICE, this is Border Patrol. It is a segment. These are individuals that are walking around with masks. You do not have to have a conversation, engage with them. You question.
Yeah, that's actually not true at all there, ma'am. Just because they're masked does not mean that you don't have to engage with them. Most of these people are wearing uniforms and shit. Okay, so that it doesn't work. Number one. Number two, the fact that you're actually telling people to try to actually not only disrespect but ignore the rule of law. As you're sitting on a city council trying to tell, hey, you need to go ahead and go grab your neighbor's food at the grocery store simply because they don't belong here and they're free to go outside. Just be neighborly like that. What the fuck is actually happening? What up, Mr. Fat?
Me, I do not have to respond to you. I do not have to say I'm a U.S. citizen. I do not have to give you my name.
You better not get me lost. I don't just follow anyone. Oh no, I just straight up call it the way I see it, man. If I'm lost, well, if I make you lost, I'm lost.
The warrant is for a specific name. That is not what we're seeing happen in our community. There are attacks that are happening, but I need the community to understand the reality of, even though
Being a good neighbor means calling ICE and letting them know when the illegal neighbor is home.
may want
Right.
to create some policy language to help protect our community legally, because we serve at the pleasure of the North Carolina General Assembly. Because our General Assembly, prior to the last election, not only reduced the powers of the governor, they reduced the powers of our district attorney. So even if our governor and our district attorney wanted to create certain measures, a number of those powers have been reduced. But I would like to hear from our attorney to ensure that what the information that I am understanding and that I'm sharing with the community is accurate, and if it's not, please correct me.
Thank you, Councilmember Mayfield. You are correct. I'll start with the comparison to Chicago. You're correct. Chicago, Illinois, they are home rule state in comparison to North Carolina. That is a Dillon's rule state. The difference is home rule states, they typically have the ability to have, the power originates with the local body more so, as compared to a Dillon's rule state like North Carolina, where all of the power originates from the General Assembly. And so City Council, the City of Charlotte, only has as much power that is explicitly granted or inherently granted by the
I don't like the way that you just started in the middle of this shit. Kind of lost though.
When it comes to things of these matters of this magnitude, or anything else for that matter, we first have to look to the authority that's been granted by the General Assemblies and the limitations. For instance, with the executive orders described from Chicago, that would not be within the mayor's powers, nor would it be within the powers of the City Council. And so I'll stop there.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah,
also,
yeah, stop talking.
When it comes to how
What?
we as community can show up for each other, as much as we love to go on Facebook Live and Instagram Live and TikTok Live, this is not the time for that. Think about what you read about.
Wait,
and
what?
You understood when it came to the Underground Railroad.
Huh?
This needs to be conversations that we're having with each other, and
The stupidity of this. This bitch is saying you guys don't need to be on your Instagram lives and your Facebook lives. We're in a hearing. You need to treat this like this is the Underground Railroad. Like nothing we're saying is ever going to leave this room right now as we are live on WCNC. There needs to be a new word for retarded.
not putting every
I can't.
bit online.
I'm
because
already
these same
mind fucked by this stupid shit.
thugs that are coming into our community are also looking at online. So we don't want to necessarily play our hand, but this is the time where we share the resources directly with each other. We build relationships, we show up, and again, for those who are comfortable, mainly I'm gonna say for all the white people in the room, let's have a real conversation. There is white privilege that comes with me having a lot more melanin than you. You're gonna be able to go to the store, because what I did not see in South Park was any patrol riding around when I was riding around in meetings over the weekend.
Wait. Okay, let's admit. All right, they've been trying to use a racist angle because you're going after people that aren't here illegally, and those people that aren't here illegally, or that are here illegally, are not white. That's the angle you're trying to go with that. Bitch, there is no fucking reason on earth that you as a black woman need to be scared of going to the grocery store that the CBP and ICE might snatch your ass up. For what fucking reason? Or is this just some kind of because I'm black shit? You know what? Bill Gates was fucking right. Humankind is too stupid.
I did not see in certain areas of our community where people with masks on attempting to stop, interrogate, or even question individuals. Here's the opportunity for you to be that true ally. Like I shared, do the grocery shopping, pick up the meds if you need to. Make sure that the children have what they need.
Do everything for them because they can't leave they're afraid of leaving their house because they might get picked up. Like it's not.
And you're next door,
I swear to God.
get to know your neighbors, get their phone numbers, go to their back door, bring them over to your house so the children can feel safe. Let the kids play together because they don't need to be going through all of this. But I want to stress
They're seriously telling people to commit fucking felonies and bed in the bed, eat in the bed, illegal immigration.
As Thanos, we would not be in this place, but there will be a lot of other things that I would change regarding this federal government. I do not have that power, but what we do have the power to do, honestly,
That was not funny
is
at
to
all.
show up for each other. I understand
Because
that
this
it
bitch is too damn dumb to realize
ideal to want to come to your local
that
government
nobody
to say,
really
what are
wants
you doing?
your bullshit
How are
thinking.
you going to fix this? 90 million people sat at home and said, this is the leadership that we wanted. Okay. Those that we elected in the North Carolina General Assembly, many who have not had a challenger in years, those we elect in Congress that have been there 40 plus years, that's where we have to take this conversation. But for locally, for the city of Charlotte, if I am understanding our attorney correctly,
No, you're not.
the only power, which is one of the weakest powers,
Your attorney's probably like, this bitch is so fucking dumb.
is in sharing the information. And that strength comes in as a community, us coming together, showing up for each other, talking to each other, and making sure that our neighbors feel that they are safe. Because some of your other neighbors are going to be the main ones that's trying to call this Border Patrol to say, hey, I think my neighbor is. That ain't the neighbor we talking about. They don't need to know what's going on to know what the information is. You know who they are.
As you do this fucking live.
Opportunity to show up for each other and do something that we have probably been doing at a small
Yo,
level.
this is fucking with my mind.
To 100,000%. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Mayfield. Councilmember Mitchell.
These motherfuckers got microphones in front of their faces. They got cameras in their faces, and they're like, hey, this information doesn't leave this room. As it's broadcast to the fucking... This is blowing my damn mind. What is this? What up, Cheddar Steve? Black people are fucked for decades to come. All of them. They did it to themselves. I have to agree. I really do.
Followed by Councilmember Brown.
First of all, let me thank the chair for bringing this important issue in our community to our committee. So thank you, Councilman.
White people, with people like this running our country, I'm amazed we're not extinct yet. Oh, it's coming.
You talk about natives?
Native Charlotte.
I'm going to have my villain art story.
I've been here 30 years. I'm a claimant.
And so the point I'm making, I join you all in feeling embarrassed of what's happening in our city. The national coverage and the question people are asking, why are they choosing Charlotte? The harassment of our citizens who call Charlotte home, particularly the gentleman who had his truck window smashed out by Border Patrol. This is not the city we love. This is not the city we call home. City Attorney, I did hear when you mentioned all what we can do, and I think it needs to be an action item from us that we can share with the full council. And so I want to focus on two things as an action item for us. You did mention CMPD can respond to calls. And so I think it would be nice if we be very clear and share with our citizens when to call CMPD for assistance. That's number one. Number two, I saw an email that the mayor, county commission chair, and school board sent a joint letter this weekend. And so you talked about our chief opportunity is education. I want the council to have a conversation.
So you want to have a conversation to tell the American people to commit crime.
Will feel comfortable and knowing that this city council is on their side. This is, and I'm gonna date myself because I was born in 1962, but I think this is the worst period that we ever experienced in Charlotte, North Carolina.
This is the worst period.
And for us, the 12 of us, I just feel helpless.
This is
I
the worst
wish we
period.
had more guidelines.
Can we just
more
try to say
authority,
words, please?
because we don't know how long the Border Patrol is going to be here. And I think the longer they stay here, the more uncomfortable I feel each and every day. I do. Because I think they just taking advantage of some of our citizens who work hard each and every day in our community. I went to American Dry Cleaning today on Graham Street. They usually have about 26 employees in there on 6:30 this morning. They had 3. The other 23 called in and said they could not come to work.
So you mean to tell me the vast majority of their employees are illegal?
I'm in the construction industry.
Well, that makes sense.
We had 4 projects this morning that we had nobody to show up and continue to do work. This is not the Charlotte we love. And so I think for us, if you can give us some guidance, we need to be able to share something with our citizens.
This motherfucker's name is James Mitchell. Up underneath it, it says James the Smuggle Mitchell. How'd you get the nickname Smuggle? That was like using your Alcatraz prison wallet? Is that how that became a thing? You stick things up your asshole there? How did you get the name Smuggle?
Ensure that we're going to do what we can to make sure you're safe and you continue to live and love Charlotte.
I don't even know why I said that shit.
Thank you, Councilmember Mitchell. Absolutely, economic impact. You look at restaurants, stores that are being closed until further notice. There is an economic impact to construction industry, retail, and we need to consider that as well. I hear there are 2 action items to Councilmember Mitchell's point. Number 1 is educational campaign, and number 2 is the support for our organizations that are on the front line, that are working with impacted communities. And I don't want to take the glory here. So I know Councilmember Brown did reach out to me earlier, and she wanted to make those motions.
Can you talk about what the motion is? What motion are y'all even referencing?
We making motions. It's just motions. Don't worry about it. It's just motions.
Before she speaks, or after
We're just making motions.
With all due respect, thank you, Councilmember Peacock. So good evening, everybody. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. And Attorney, please keep me in line. I'm an advocate for human life and just dignity and respect, and I don't see any of that going on. And I am definitely a huge supporter of our immigrant community. I love them. I work with a lot of them, and it's very frustrating to see this. So my First Amendment constitutional rights, I say pretty much what I want to say, and always have and probably always will. I'm 54. So today I want
Okay, that is your right.
For bringing this meeting. It's very, very important.
It is also my right to call you a retarded inbred hillbilly hick if you're going to say some dumb shit.
Mitchell, and standing firm in this moment and to ensure our residents receive clear information and not chaos. There's been a lot of chaos. There's been a lot of footage on social media.
Well, then stop putting shit out there.
It's frustrating to see children crying, parents walking. I know Councilmember Mayfield said that she would say not to record. I'll plead the fifth on that one. We need to make sure that we know that our people are safe. And I say our people because I put myself in the category with you. You are a target, plain and simple. You work hard. You deserve to be here. You matter. You still do not have to face this alone. You have rights. Your rights exist. I know that we are a deal and rule state. I get that. I understand that. So anybody under the sound of my voice know that we stand with our community. They are human beings. Their dignity.
Everybody within the sound of my voice, just know I will commit
and I will continue to speak up.
felonies
to
protect you.
Their dignity, their humanity and their respect. And for Charlotte, for everybody that's listening in, for everybody that's standing with us, that look up for us and want us to do more, we have an attorney that will tell you what we can and cannot do. And you've heard some of that around the room. Personally, I don't want to run into them because I'll probably be in jail, incarcerated. And it's
So you're saying you get violent?
And to every resident who is afraid,
I mean, I
see
would
you,
too.
I hear you.
Because
and
y'all
you
are too
not
fucking
alone.
stupid to be
I
part of
love you,
humankind.
And I wish I had a magic wand to make this go away, but we stand in solidarity with you. You deserve to be here, and don't think for one moment that you don't. And that's coming from me, Tijuana Brown, Charlotte City Council District.
Tijuana Brown.
What's happening to you is inhumane. Thank you.
All right, before Councilmember Brown makes...
So now we're naming our children after countries and colors?
Madam City Attorney, I want to get your answer on question number 3, please. This is CMPD response to protocols. Your answer here, nothing has changed prior to this weekend with the announcement that ICE is coming to Charlotte, right? These are still the same procedures that have been in place from, nothing has changed. We haven't altered our policy at CMPD. This is the way that it is, whether they're here now or when they eventually leave. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councilmember Peacock.
Okay. Can you talk about the National
Council
Defense
Member
Authorization, HR
Peacock.
6395, and you're part of the answer there? I've not heard about that. How does that reference in your answer? How does it interact with CMPD?
I included it just by way of background. There had been some questions about whether or not people needed, whether personnel would need to identify themselves and whether or not they needed to wear badges and that sort of thing. And so this spoke to if there was a defined civil disturbance by the federal statute. And so if it does seem ancillary, that was the background as to why I included it.
What?
But that federal law requires that the individuals that are detaining or attempting to detain individuals in our city, they have to be wearing identification.
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
And so CMPD is really the go-between between these two entities,
right.
Correct?
This absolutely, and so this, you're right, it is not interpreted to be that CMPD would enforce this at all.
So CMPD's job is not to actually look to see whether the ICE individual has ID or not. Those individuals have to have it on them by law.
For those persons, that is correct.
Okay. My next question is on number 4. As you know, over the weekend, I exchanged some text messages with Councilmember Ajmira. My favorite thing to do at Saturday night at 6:15. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. But I didn't see questions that we were doing about civil rights monitoring. What is behind question number 4? Is that occurring around the country where cities are responding in a civil rights manner? I'm trying to understand what you're telling us here.
I am telling you that we need to do some more research on what that exactly means, frankly. Okay. Councilmember Peacock, that in my research over the weekend, there are a couple of different ways you might go about that type of monitoring, and in conjunction, and I see Mr. Heath has gotten up from the seat, but we've been exploring from the manager's office what that may mean, and we'll have to come back to council with some options there. It's an evolving landscape. What you hear me saying there is we think there are a couple of different ways, several different ways that we could gather data, and that may be helpful. And again, the manager's office, I have to say,
State law does not supersede federal law. No, it does not. Federal supremacy laws take precedent. 100% correct.
I know this is a work in progress, but give me some idea where we're going with her statement there. Number 4.
Councilmember Peacock, I think this is really more of an assertion of what could happen, right? There isn't anything that's currently underway to activate on this. This is just kind of establishing the guardrails and boundaries.
Okay, great. Another question for you, Ms. Attorney, and I'm really glad to see you here. HB 318, your answers to question number 6.
Really good to see you here, Miss Attorney.
Guilford County and Greensboro area. So you saw the impacts of when this was passed on October 1st, 2025.
Yes.
What led up to this, and from a municipal law standpoint, what led up to this? Because obviously we know that the sheriff is a county function, not a city function. Right. You were in charge of the county and the city there as well, too.
Just the county.
Just the county? Okay, I'm sorry.
No. You can't.
You were very familiar with both.
You cannot give her credit for the city.
As it relates to our activity between us and Mecklenburg County right now in the sheriff's department.
So it's my understanding from talking with my colleague at the county, certainly this did become law on October 1st, and so there had been a number of questions, certainly at the General Assembly, about the tracking and information that related to those who were charged with crimes and sharing that information with our federal partners. And so what this does, this House bill, it codifies that relationship and creates an expectation for the jail administrators, which falls under the county side of things, not, as you said, not the city, to manage those relationships. You see a clearly defined time frame, 48 hours from the time
It's got
of release.
back-to-back calls from Maryland and New York. Oh yeah, they're fucking hurting, dude. They're fucking hurting. Economically, everything.
The entrance and exit of persons inside the jail.
Banks are starting to pull out of New York City. Wall Street's like, I'm up and gone.
Purpose of HB 318.
It is to inquire as to the status of those persons, whether or not they are documented or not.
Okay. And Mr. Heath, how have we done in our conversations between CMPD and what Sheriff McFadden has been doing in this area here? Because one of the questions that I know my colleagues are asking is why Charlotte, and that's what the public's asking as well too. I know we're not here to pass judgment necessarily on that, but one of the things that the state is responding to is areas in our state that are not actually enforcing federal law that we know exists. So that was part of the reaction that the state government gave in this Dillon ruled state to indicate to the sheriffs that you need to abide by the law. So where are we on that between us and the county?
That's something that we need to follow up on, Mr. Peacock. I don't have anything to share on that today.
Okay. Final question for you, Madam City Attorney, was just around question number 7 and number 8. These came directly from some items that Councilmember Ajmira shared with me from the city of Chicago. So those were executive orders that were taken in Chicago. We can't make executive orders here. The chief executive is Manager Jones, not Mayor Lyles. And then secondly, you've answered that
This dude looks familiar to me.
staging area on a city-owned property. Is that what your answer is on number 7? The answer is essentially no.
I've seen him in something.
Restrictions that would be consistent.
Something
with
else I remember seeing a clip of him in.
As to what occurs on an actual city property.
Correct. Thank you for clarifying. I was hearing you say that we can't allow staging. We will be consistent.
Okay.
We will be consistent with the policies that exist, which is to say,
You know what?
if there's a law enforcement agency or any other agency that wishes
I'm
to
gonna leave you with the
cooperate
video only real quick.
the city, they would need
I'm gonna
to
be here,
contact the city manager's office.
but I'm just gonna turn my camera off for a
And
second.
then the final question is just on number 9 for you as well too. You gave a very good answer on any risk to city-state relations, federal cooperation, or public safety. The genesis of my question was around, obviously, when the city takes an action in a Dillon rule state, there could be an equal or opposite reaction at the state level. What's your reaction to that? What could possibly be if we were to take actions, either be educational, I don't know what the motion's going to be here today, but any consequences at the state level that could occur from today?
Certainly, I'm going to answer this from the lens of the legal world, and there are some policy considerations that come along with that. Councilmember Peacock, as you're well aware, I would say that, as I stated in the written response,
Oh, it is 100% completely political. All right, check this out. This comes from Charlotte, North Carolina. Within the last 48 to 72 hours or something, they've had like over 130, 140 arrests or something like that. As a matter of fact, I think I put it in the Chiron. But yeah, ICE moved in and they're just like freaking the fuck out right now because, well, what was it? Over 130 arrests in the first 48 hours of them being there. So yeah, they literally snatching people. But I mean, I get it because look, they got a job to do. These people are here illegally, and every damn time they show up, they get attacked somewhere. So yeah. Would you miss, Jennifer? You miss Charlotte, North Carolina saying that they're going to do everything they can to protect and harbor illegals. How they're going to do it. At the same time, I want you all to remember at the very beginning of this, the woman was saying this is hush hush. Don't be on your Instagram lives. Don't be on your Facebook lives. We don't need this information getting out to the world. while she's speaking into a microphone and the camera is in her face. I don't know how we got to this retarded stage, but we're here now.
Either exists through general statute, state law, federal law, and a marriage of or combination of the two or three. It's hard to tell what may result as how the General Assembly may react, but I will.
It was a woman at the very beginning of this.
Standpoint, if we are able to capture.
But she was telling everybody there, don't be going out there, don't be telling everybody this information. While she's speaking into a microphone and a camera is in her face, live streaming to the world.
Myself and my team will work closely with the manager's office to ensure that we are putting forth options for council that are defensible.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Peacock. Thank you for asking tough questions, because let me just be clear. We worked with the city attorney over the weekend to find solutions that are legally permissible, that does not get us in any trouble. And I understand the home rule versus Dillon rule and the limited tools that we have to help protect our communities. But we are being very cognizant of that fact. And I also want to make sure that we are not moving away from what is our established policy when it comes to calling CMPD.
Look, she can talk just as well as I can.
That you can call CMPD to verify the identity of officers who are showing up. And there are times there have been instances that's been recorded where individuals are showing up, posing as Border Patrol, and they are not Border Patrol. And we need to make sure we do everything in our power to protect our residents. And that's all there is. I see it more as an educational campaign and a campaign to support our community that keeps us going, that keeps us moving forward. And with that, I would like Councilmember Brown to make a motion.
Yeah, I will. Before I do that, Madam.
You know what that woman reminds me of? And this is going to sound incredibly racist. And check it out. It is. But, this. Oh, come on.
Just hear those sleigh bells jingling-a-ring, ting-a-ting-a-ling-a-too. Ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ding-dong. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with a Jew. Outside the snow is falling and friends are calling you home.
Okay, we're good on that.
Madam Chair, thank you so much.
I can't take that much.
We're talking about our relationship with the state, and we're not talking
Bloody
about
fuck you!
with the state. We're talking about an overreach from the federal government.
Yeah, they are losing their voter base.
To do with that, Attorney, am I speaking out of line or am I speaking correct? That's just how I feel. We're talking about an overreach for the government. We're not talking about how people break the rules and not be protected and not be supported. But I want to know.
I need a head change, so yeah, my camera's off right now.
We're saying that most of them are covered up in masks. You don't know who you're dealing with. So if you have nothing to hide, why do you have masks on?
Wait, bitch, wasn't that the same fucking argument for BLM when they were rioting all over the place in 2020? If you ain't got nothing to hide, why you got masks on? Oh, they were doing it for COVID. No, the fuck they weren't. I mean, I remember watching a fucking video when Joe Biden actually won the election. Well, supposedly. But when they announced that he was president-elect, I remember these motherfuckers in mass droves sitting around sharing bottles of champagne with no mask on. But yet when they were rioting, they had the mask on, and every damn time that was a thing, everybody that brought it up would be like, well, they have mask on, they're wearing all black. How do you know it's really them? Oh, case dismissed. Shut the fuck up. Now it's a problem. By the way, this bitch looks stoned as fuck. Look at them eyes. They are already closed. She is stoned. I need to be.
Take down your mask. Let us see who you are, but they're not going to do that.
Chiron is gone now. Yeah, because I got the video only.
Straight up. And you're pulling on children.
Will there be another show later today? Here. No. That'll be business party.
All said and done.
I wasn't even going to do this today, but I came home early from work and
this is the
saw hearings. You guys wanted the hearings again, so I was like, fuck it, I'll go early.
We're talking about human beings. we're talking about children, we're talking about lives, we're talking about people that we need to be able to support. So my question, once again, everybody's saying the Dillon rule state, we get that, sanctuary, all of that, I get all of that. What I'm speaking to today is our relationship with our state has nothing with the overreach of the government coming down and just acting like we don't have leadership that's competent, and that's not
Well, I
true.
mean, you don't.
I would have to reject to that. So I'm going to ask,
You don't have leadership that's competent because you're sitting there
and does the Dillon rule
in
have
leadership.
anything to do with that? It's a matter of my opinion, and blame it on me. I'll take all the heat and all the smoke.
Okay, you're retarded.
Thank you for the question. So, Councilmember Brown, the analysis that I leaned into
You're retarded and you smoked yourself stupid.
versus home state rule had to do with the questions about the comparison between Charlotte and Chicago and some of the other communities that have stronger mayoral powers. And so when we analyze the differences between Chicago and Charlotte, for instance, the ability to provide some of these executive orders that that your constituents are asking about, that is where we lean into North Carolina's status as a Dillon rule state and being prohibited from issuing some of these executive orders that we may see in other parts of the country.
Thank you so much for that. So are we moving forward with the motions? So
I can turn this up a bit, can I?
we have two motions today.
Yeah, I can.
So we'll do one at a time.
Right. So the first motion that I asked is for
Since
us
it's
to
only in
fund
one ear and that ear's the pad,
organizations that are working with
side of my head said.
communities with a sense of urgency. That is the first motion that I'm making. For us to be able to provide financial resources to organizations.
Sorry, that was low from the very beginning,
that are
wasn't it?
currently and actively doing the work.
Retarded is better than Democrat. I'm telling you, man.
Uh,
We need another word.
Second.
Retard just doesn't cover it anymore.
I know Councilmember Mayfield has a question, followed by Councilmember Pico.
So for now that we're in discussion, Attorney Fight in question 5, whether the
This
city
one.
may allocate
This was the bitch that
emergency
was sitting here
funds,
saying,
including
hey,
opera if eligible,
don't
to
be
aid
online, don't be giving away all our
organizations
secrets,
impacted
nothing needs to leave.
You
Oh, she's got that
have
microphone in her face.
responded
Or microphone in her mouth. And a
that
camera in her face.
For North Carolina cities, justifying expenditures of public funds requires demonstrating a public purpose that primarily benefits the community at large and explicitly avoids providing exclusive benefits or emoluments to certain private individuals, causes, or special interests. For this motion for consideration, would this fall under our financial partners, of which there's a process for financial partners that can take 30 to 60 days? Or how would this motion
She's getting
even
upset
fall
that people are
in
talking while she's talking.
the response that you gave to number 5? Legally, are we able, if this motion were to move forward, based on the response to 5, legally, 1, are we able to do it? And then for the budget piece, do we have the ability to do it, and how quickly?
Councilmember Mayfield, each funding opportunity or request would need to be vetted for its legal public purpose and all of the matters that I outlined in question number 5. Now, I will say, because I am the new kid on the block and still learning some of our
Do we
city
have levels of retarded yet?
it would be appropriate
Oh,
to,
very
to
much so.
vet those through those avenues, and I'm looking at Deputy
Very much
City
so.
Manager Heath over there to lean into that. But yes, we would want to analyze those requests.
Look, you got your basic tard. Okay. Those are the type out there. Like, all right, there's a difference between stupidity and ignorance. Okay. Ignorance is not knowing something, but gaining information and you know, just taking it in and trying to objectively assimilate that with your worldview. The stupidity is when you refuse to do that and just hide away from the actual truth because the truth proves you wrong. Now you have the everyday average tard who just listens to the news and or reads a headline and thinks they know everything about it and can't even tell you basic information. Then you got the what people would call midwit, that I actually call the retard, These are the people who actually know this information, but they do it in such a sleazy way that they omit things, leave things out, or put things in where they don't need to be to form a narrative to keep the tards in a state of stupor. And then you got the megatards. I don't know what we're going to call it from there, but they would be the higher ups. Those are the kinds of people from, like, city council. Those are the position people in power. These are your elected representatives. These are the people who own these businesses. These are the people that try to tell you this is the way society is because I say so. Then you got the retards that back it up, trying to make a logical fucking argument for what these megatards are saying, and trying to disseminate that information to keep the tards from gaining any knowledge about anything. And if anybody tries to push back and starts kind of cutting through the retard message here, then that cult-like personality comes out of these motherfuckers, and they just attack and attack and attack and attack. And there's nothing you can fucking do because they're too goddamn stupid. And you lost favor with them because, well, you just asked a simple question. Retard cult? Cult of Tard? The Tard cult? We got to come up with something. Tard just isn't strong enough anymore, you know? It just doesn't punch like it used to. When you called somebody retarded before, it punched. You know, they got mad about it. They got hurt about it. They got, their pussies got hurt over a fucking word. It was great. It had power. The power's gone. I'm upset about it. I'm sorry. The cost of retards. Yes.
Because again, the expenditure of those dollars is dependent upon them.
Triumvirate rate.
Purpose requirements outlined in the response.
That's a triumvirate of retards.
Because our current process again could take 30 plus days. You have to actually apply.
Wait a minute. I think it's actually pronounced triumvirate, not virate, but whatever.
Of vetting the organization, funding a number of things.
But the
What
actual...
Can you share?
All right, I'm going to tell you the truth. You know the actual problem behind our government, our electorate system? Those that need to be there are not the ones running. And those that shouldn't be there are always the ones trying to take up that mantle. You got a few that are very few and far between out of every single person that runs. You got a few who are actually good, want to go in there and actually change up the system, do something different, because they know the way we're going ain't working. But they're few and far between. And even smaller still is the amount of people that get into office and do not let the power and money corrupt them. That's an even smaller percentage. But for the vast majority of our electorate, those that should be there will never run. And those that don't need to be there are the only ones taking up the mantle. And we're just too stupid to realize this.
For this motion.
So I think it's really what's the will of the committee and council, because there are choices, right? One choice would be to
token white guy.
very similar to your traditional financial partners program, where you have a notice of funding, you have grant applications that are submitted, you go through a formal review process, you evaluate, and then you make
Where do the people that fall in repeating the same thing over and over again without changing the wording, where do they fall? They're the tard class. They're too stupid. They can't think for themselves. They must be told what to do, what to think, how to feel. What does this orange taste like? How do I blink my eyes? My heartbeat, I have to manually breathe, make my heart think of making my heart beat. They have to do this thing. And yes, I am being a dick and being kind of hyperbolic, but not really. And it scares me to know that I've always been overly intelligent, okay? And growing up, I never could understand why the fuck that I can understand information, I can process all this and come up with something that's just like, hey, this makes sense. Let's do this. And it'd be pretty much right most times, right? I never could understand why people couldn't take the same amount of information in the same amount of time frame I could and process it correctly for it to make them make sense, however they feel. And then I realized that I was the smart one. So my dumb ass went around instead of actually, I've actually tried to help, well, I have helped people graduate different years of school, but my dumb ass, instead of trying to fix that and being like, no, you're too fucking stupid, apologized for it and even fucked myself over in life sometimes because people were too stupid and I made apologies for it. Never again. Yes, it would be, I guess you could see, arrogant or smug to know that I am above average intelligence. Make no mistake, I don't think like I'm the smartest fucking person walking, but I am above average intelligence to where the fact that, most all of humankind has an average IQ of 85 to 100. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 85 to 115. Here in the United States, the average is about 97 to 100. I was tested at 127 without trying. And I've done a lot of things to nerf my intelligence throughout the years, and I guarantee you I'm still close to that number, though. Then again, I would have to try this time, because age and 5 suicide attempts later, yeah, there is some disconnect between shit happening.
Elections on a competitive basis. That, of course, generally plays out over the course of
Never apologize. I said, no, I apologize to my fucking self.
Option, and we did
I made apologies for them.
Which would remind you of option 2 here would be a more accelerated pathway where there are a certain number of organizations that are identified and those are moved forward without a competitive process, but still with a number of controls that would resemble a financial partner process. Do they have an active IRS determination letter? Have they filed a Form 990?
Somebody just threw their shoe.
The programs would be non-exclusive in terms of access regardless of race, gender, national origin. There'd be a number of requirements that would still be imposed on a scenario like that. So it's really just a question if it's the will
way
of the
too
community
frequent
council,
for
how fast
sure.
do you want to go? The faster you want to go, the more we as a staff would need to do something different than the normal process.
And Director
I'm just being
Harris,
honest. With a little bit of
as
frustration.
budget, since this is
Okay, a lot of frustration.
something that's moving very quickly, we want to support our community, yet do we have a budget line item and or funding? Because I know that almost all of ARPA dollars have been allocated. So have you had an opportunity with seeing the questions that were presented over the weekend to identify if we even have a funding source if we were to utilize option 2, which is the accelerated pathway without a competitive process?
All right, I'm good
Thank you
now.
for that question. And as you mentioned, it's rapidly emerging. We don't have a pot of money just set aside, but we would look at potentially reallocating resources or what could
Hey,
be
look,
done.
there isn't a token white guy. Well, wait.
And even with the possibility.
I'm sorry, aren't gingers persons of color now? Like they're on par with the blacks? Is that racist to say that? I don't fucking know. I don't care. But yeah, gingers are now black people. It's fucking weird. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed Polish person like my wife is somehow my wife is a woman of color. Yet she's whiter than I am. Gingers are black now. Y'all hate how far humanity has fallen in just 15 years? Like, if you were to go back in time, let's go back in time 20 years and tell your parents 20 years ago, tell your parents that in 20 years, you will be actually arguing if mutilating and sterilizing children is a good thing. That the whole Democratic message is black people are too stupid to get IDs, so therefore voter ID is racist. Black people are too stupid to go online because they don't know what a computer is. And black people can't do a goddamn thing for themselves, so the white man must give them everything. If you'd go back in time 20 fucking years ago, Every single person would be like, you're the craziest son of a bitch on earth. Lock this dude up. He is a threat to society. But yet here we are. Fucking what?
Ability of a reallocation of funds, the time, which we have done previously when needed, but that still is a process that unfortunately takes a couple of weeks.
But 5 years ago, we were still considered a mixed
So I
couple.
want to make sure that as
Husband
we're
is a
having
ginger,
this
and
conversation,
I am black.
that we're all understanding, even if we were, we need 6+, because this is just to get it out of committee to full, but even if we
See,
were
that's what
to
I'm talking
attempt
about.
to pull the trigger,
That's what I'm talking about. Your husband is a ginger and I am black, so we aren't considered a mixed couple anymore. But 5 years ago, we were still considered a mixed couple. I mean, I wouldn't call gingers black. I just make the soulless joke, you know, the old tried and true punch to the gut kind of situation. But my wife has a very, very, very heavy Polish heritage. You know, she even has like a Helga body style kind of situation. But my wife is Polish. And then they were trying to sit here and say, you know, like during the oppression Olympics that we were going through, they were sitting there saying that, you know, somebody had brought up the Polish at some point in time. And they're like, well, yeah, they've always been picked on. They were always kicked around. Yeah, they're people of color too. It's like, okay, people of color, what does that even fucking mean? Is that anybody that's just not white? It can't even be that. Because Polish people are fucking white. Gingers are white. But yet somehow they're people of color. What the fuck is that? What is it anymore? I can't even argue racial lines on anything or even give any kind of thought on any kind of race-related issue when you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about as far as that goes. I mean, I'm a fucking mutt genetically. I got black in me. I got fucking American Indian in me. I've got heritage all the way back from I'm not part of it, but I have heritage all the way back from the fucking Cherokee Nation. I can also trace my lineage back to fucking King Richard. Or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, King Richard. One of my fucking family members was a goddamn Kingsguard for King Richard. I come from all over the fucking place. What am I? Am I black too now? Can I be Mexican? What about Indian? Where do I fit in? Oh, yeah, that's right. I guess you're just white then, because we don't know what to do with you. Oh, because I don't fit in any box, then I guess I'm just no box, and I'm ostracized? And you just wrap it up into color? Weird situation. But that's what they did. That's exactly what they did with the whole racial thing. I mean, I couldn't even stand it, man. Look, I was pissed off about the George Floyd thing when that dropped too. Everybody was. And then the body cam footage came out and I was like, oh, so he was swallowing these speedballs when he got pulled. Well, he wasn't pulled over. When the cops came up to the doorway, he had them in his mouth. He swallowed the speedballs. Roughly around 15 to 20 minutes, which is what it takes for your digestive system to actually work, this dude starts showing signs of not being able to stand, not being coherent, kind of signs of the start of an overdose. And as they try to lead him to the car, the dude starts going through cardiac arrest so much that he falls. He's screaming he couldn't breathe before he gets into the fucking vehicle. He's saying, put me on the ground. I don't want to be in the car. Put me on the ground. Put me on the ground. He kicks himself out of the fucking vehicle. The motherfucker died because he was going through cardiac arrest. You can even hear it in the body cam footage when they actually call for the ambulance. And that's why the ambulance pulled up right after that dude died. It was like 20, 30, 40 seconds after you could see there was no life in him. Then the ambulance came up, just picked him up, threw him on the gurney, and took him the fuck out. It did look really fucking bad. But you can see in the video, they called like 5 minutes beforehand. It took a 5-minute response time for an ambulance to get there. I saw all that and I was like, yo, there's nothing fucking racial about this. At all. Okay, you want to talk about the knee on the neck? Sorry, that's in their fucking training. He did it by the book. As a matter of fact, even in court, they said, hey, he could have gone further. He showed more restraint than he needed to. He could have tased dude. Now, that definitely would have killed him if he was going through cardiac arrest at the very same time. Then you definitely would have had a case. But Derek Chauvin still went to fucking prison. His ass still got shanked for shit he didn't do. I saw that and I was just like, whoa. And I really started to pay attention. And then the whole argument was thousands of black people are being murdered in the street every year by police. If that were true, genocide of the black people would have happened like, what, 10, 15 fucking years? I mean, there's only 45, 46 million black people here in the United States, 13 to 15%. Doesn't make sense, does it? All the lies, the Breonna Taylor, what was the other one? The Michael Brooks, the dude in the Wendy's parking lot pulled the fucking taser. We've shown it. Pulled the fucking. I think that was Michael Brooks or something like that. But he grabs the taser from the cop, starts running away, points backward, fires the taser blindly, and then the cop shot him. But somehow that was racial. And I'm just sitting here the entire time listening to the Democrats just pander their way through this, and everything they have to say is, oh, voter ID is racist because black people are too stupid to know where the DMV was. I mean, remember Joe Biden? He was the one that said, you don't vote for me, you ain't black. But black people are too stupid to know where the DMV is, so we can't do voter ID because that's racist. And then, hey, you could always look up online. No, they don't even know what a computer is. Shit, how do you expect them to get online? They can't get online. And I sat there and watched every bit of this change into literally saying that black people will never be able to pull themselves up from their bootstraps and make something of their lives without white people giving them everything. And I was, how in the fuck can you not call that racism? But yet it took forever to people be like, oh yeah, I guess I would be racist, wouldn't it? Yeah. Huh. Anyway, Orange Man bad. It pisses me off.
We have to identify a funding source. And if we're talking about reallocation, then that is the possibility of something that may have been identified for funding, that funding being reduced and or eliminated. We're also looking at the possibility of how do we identify which partners, because we have a number of partners in this.
I'm an asshole.
And then we risk the chance.
Yeah, I am an asshole.
Just like we recently had a number of emails where the city was getting ready to approve access for a lease.
I forgot exactly what they're talking about because I led my own squirrel cage.
Organizations versus this.
That was pretty fun though.
Organization of business. So trying to figure out who all is in the room, what they're doing, and how do we even come to who are the groups that may be funded and up to what amount.
Okay, here we go.
So it still wouldn't be something that will be done in the next 72 hours. It would be something that potentially could still take a number of weeks to try to track down.
Correct. And like you said, to be good stewards of the opportunity and the available resources, it would take a few weeks.
Thank you all for the clarification.
So let me just, I have had conversations over the weekend with Mr. Jones.
I want y'all to sit here as you listen to this bullshit. I want y'all to sit here and think of this. This is Charlotte. Charlotte is City Council. The City Council of Charlotte, North Carolina. These motherfuckers are making every bit of decisions for you as a citizen. Imagine these are your city leaders as they talk. They have a token white girl. No. She's the ginger.
City manager,
she's a person of color.
As well as Mr.
That's what started the rant.
This would be because there is a sense of urgency. Mr. Heath has been working with organizations over the weekend. He has reached out to a number of organizations that are working with impacted communities. And this just endorses the idea of supporting the organizations, and the manager is supportive of this, where we will get this out.
Oh, was there a plan? Hold on. Was there? Oh. Well, I mean, technically she's white. Mentally, is she there, though? I mean, I don't know. Is a mental state white, too? Well, no. Yes, that is a thing. You remember the what is it, the culture of whiteness that was up in the African American Smithsonian? Yeah, it was everything about like being on time, you know, adhering to laws and having a nuclear family, and all of that was the culture of whiteness, because apparently black people can't do any of that. It was fucking weird. I'm going back on it again, but I don't even know though. Like, mentally, is she there enough to be that? But this is the city leadership. And this is what worries me, ladies and gentlemen. This is Charlotte. This is the same city leadership that allowed people that were Trump supporters not to get aid during the hurricane. You remember that? Okay, this wasn't the same city leadership, you know what I'm saying, but it's the same area. The same ideology of people. Just because you were Trump supporters. And oh my God, Orange Man's doing all this bad thing. If you're Democrat, he's going to want you in prison. He's going to want you dead. Yet you don't give relief aid to anybody that's a Republican. The fuck? But yeah, here we are doing this shit. I don't even know if I scroll myself out. See how bad that is? I don't even know. I don't even know if she would qualify. Mental capacity has to be up there. I don't remember hearing her so far, so.
Be done in the next 72 hours.
Their whole Democrat mentality is fucked.
Could still take a number of weeks to track down.
Correct, and like you said,
There are some that are willing to step out of line, but damn sure nowhere near enough.
Thank you all for the clarification.
So let me just, I have had conversations over the weekend with Mr. Jones, our city manager, as well as Mr. Heath. This will be because
Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with a
organizations over the weekend. He has reached out to a
had to
number
do
of
it.
organizations that are working with impacted communities. And this just endorses the idea of supporting the
Why
organizations.
does it work?
And the manager is supportive of this, where we will get this out very quickly. And I'm sure Mr. Heath can
Revival?
talk
Co-evil?
about that. But this is just endorsing this idea, and this gives the
You know what? I don't mind accents, but there are some where you just have to use a lot more brain power than others to understand, and Indians are one of them. I've been around a lot of different accents from different people, like even Japanese. I've heard, you know, I was a military contractor, you know, we've had Japanese delegates come through, Chinese delegates, things like that. We've had the Samoans come through. We had this one Indian dude come through. I was always good with like picking up accents and everything. But we had this one Indian dude come through. And within 20 minutes of him just asking normal questions, I felt irrationally angry. Because it took all of my brain power that I needed to put into a conversation, and probably then some, to understand him. I had to pay full 100% attention to him. I had to watch his lips move, the words come out. I had to pay attention to this dude 100% to understand what he was saying. And that's what pissed me off about it. Because I shouldn't have to put that much focus into your accent, because it's that bad. I've never once heard an Indian person and been like, oh yeah, I could hear that for the next 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour. I've never had that. Racist as that may sound, it's just the harshness in the accent. It's just one of those things where it's just like, I don't even understand what you're trying to say to me anymore. But yeah, it's hard. My former doctor was Indian. It's frustrating. I know, right? I can't have a doctor that's an Indian. I will walk up out of there. I know it's bad, but I just can't do it. I can't do it. It's nothing against the Indian people. It's just that accent is just like, It's like stabbing yourself with crochet needles in the earbud or eardrum. It's bad.
Manager's office an ability to collaborate with organizations as well as with the foundation, United Way, and others that are working in this space. And keep in mind, the city manager already has up to $500,000 authority, so he doesn't need the city council to approve this agenda item. The council will just be endorsing this idea with a sense of urgency because there are impacted communities. Help is needed, and we need to take a swift action here. So I would like to have Mr. Heath respond to that.
I'll be brief, thank you. That was well said. I just wanted to reiterate that I'm very careful to not get ahead of the body, but things have been moving so fast that I have initiated some conversations just to understand what's happening because so many of these organizations are doing the work in the field. I need to hear from them. And this week in parallel, I'm also trying to connect with other potential funders to understand how other funders may be mobilizing around some of these community challenges as well. So if council decides that there's a desire to step into this, that we're doing it in a coordinated fashion. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Pico.
Ms. Harris, I think the budget for the city council, including salaries, everyone here, including staff, isn't it around 1.2 million or something like that? For the city council, I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head, but you're probably right.
And do we have discretionary funds within that budget that are under the purvey of the city council per se?
There's not a bucket other than, your training or things like that. But no, there's really not a bucket. Besides, you had some ARPA money set aside, but I believe it's all but like $4,000.
I bet you $100 my box of rocks is smarter than any of them in that board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sean,
Yeah.
so let me follow up.
I'll give you that, Lenny.
Organizations you have reached out to because if we talk
Could you imagine Mary being one though, or
expediting
JD?
this, I think is very important.
Hey, look, maybe he can understand the accent.
Share how many
I can't.
organizations you have reached out to that we know have been impacted.
Yeah, so once again, this has all been moving so fast. The number won't be impressive to you, right? But I've had conversations with 3 or 4. I've reached out to a couple others, just trying to get a sense for what's happening on the ground. What are the needs? Because I can't overstate how challenging it can be when choices have to be made. Which organizations to fund, what types of services are most needed. So I just want to make sure I go on record to say that if there is an accelerated process, we would need some clear direction from council on directionally what you want. Because there may be a dozen organizations that I have in mind. I could find 4 other people that might have a dozen organizations of their own in mind. We've all been down this path before. It's very challenging.
Thank you.
And just
What do you mean you've been down this path before?
That is being
Explain
made
yourself.
by a number of organizations. It's the same ask that they are making to the county. So I
Okay,
just want
you
us to
don't
be
explain
mindful
yourself.
That we are showing collaboration. The county is taking steps. We need to take steps. We have funds in PayGo, and there are and the manager has said that he will find a way. This requires a swift action. This is something we can do to support community. Let's put money where our mouth is at. I mean, shows real action. So
ma'am.
I know we are in time crunch here. 4:30 is a hard stop. So if we can keep our conversations and remarks very brief. Councilmember Mitchell.
Madam Chair, and to your point,
Let's
I
put
think
money where our mouths
if we're
are
going
at.
to do this, we got to do it quickly. We don't have one more meeting.
Why does that sound so fucked up coming from you though?
So if any
Put your
action
money
we're
where your
gonna
mouth
take,
is.
I would love
That I
for
can
it to come
understand.
back to us, 'cause that's
Are
our
you
last
telling us
meeting.
to
Then
eat
December
money?
1st, we have a new council that will be coming on. So, Sean and Maria, would they give you enough time? I think we got a budget consideration we have to look at. Where can we get the funding? Sean, if you can really nail down those organizations that to Councilmember Ashmere, Chair Ashmere, who we need to fund so they can make an impact. So can we do something and be ready to vote on the 24th?
Yes, sir. We'll provide some options for council's consideration.
24. Okay, so
24th? 24th, no, our next meeting, last council meeting is November 24th. Okay, thank you.
okay, so I'll entertain. Well, we already have a motion. I seconded it. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Hold on, I'd like you to break those motions up. You got motion 1, which
All
is to
in
fund
favor,
organizations.
please say aye.
It's not on the floor yet. This is just the
we haven't
first
failed.
motion.
Oh,
I
okay.
just sent it to you so you can review it ahead of time.
Okay. Can I ask a question about the motion? Because it just says fund organizations.
God, if
that are
I was on
working
some
with
kind of
impacted
Congress or something like that,
with a sense of
some
urgency.
kind of
That's
committee
the
or
motion?
something, I'd be kicked off quick as fuck. Did whose phone's ringing?
Yes, collaborate with the county. So maybe
If we could have collaboration between, and we can have the county and make it go further for us. That's what I would believe we should do.
First of all,
Okay. Councilmember Peacock.
I'm completely supportive of the City of Charlotte funding organizations, but as you can tell from Deputy City Manager, we have not even gotten through 48 hours of anything. So I'm not comfortable with a motion just to fund organizations broadly. It doesn't mean that when it comes back to the council on the 24th that I might not be supportive of it. So I'm going to vote no against the amendment or this motion right now, the first motion, because this is not very specific and we don't know enough information. I realize it's urgent, but I don't think that this city is going to not help. I think we are going to help. I know we're going to help. We've got the money to help.
These motherfuckers are hissing in the background.
Okay. All right. So I just want to make sure. So Councilmember Brown will modify the motion to ensure that we show collaboration because that's what's currently happening on the ground. So Councilmember Mitchell, do you have anything to add before she modifies her motion?
I'd like to make I will ask Councilman Brown if she could accept a friendly amendment.
Okay.
That to her motion that we bring this back November 24th so the whole city council can vote on it.
Yes, sir.
So Councilmember Mitchell, when I had a conversation with Mr. Jones earlier today, he mentioned that anything less than $500,000 doesn't require the council approval based on our policy. So we can get a memo with an update, but it wouldn't require an approval if it's less than that amount. Yeah, Mayor.
That is true, that is the rule. Sorry. That is the rule, but I think what we're trying to get to is to have the time to do it and as well the support necessary to carry it forward. So I would suggest that we do put it on the agenda, that we do work with the county and develop this, let the staff give us a recommendation. So Mr. Mitchell gave Ms. Brown a friendly amendment, and I guess my friendly amendment would be
what the fuck is a friendly? No, wait.
Effort.
This is the woman in pink, right? I don't think she's white. So they only have one token white guy that they're ganging up on. Okay, not really, but
by having a collaboration or partnership with the county, but also to have the full council be able to make the decision.
Okay. Do you want to make that? Do you want to make that motion?
Yes, I will accept that motion. So if I heard you clearly, Madam Mayor, and to my colleague, Councilmember Mitchell, we're going to make a friendly amendment, which we accept, for us to bring this motion for vote to full council on Monday, November the 24th, which is the last meeting for me under the current council. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
I will accept that and I move that forward. So I will make that motion. So all in favor?
All right. Before you make, so let me make sure. So can someone make,
There's a
someone second
clarification on the
her?
amendment.
Okay.
The additional part of the amendment is what the mayor mentioned, and that's in collaboration with
the
Mecklenburg County. Just so that we have clarity, because what we haven't identified in this amendment is a dollar amount, because we're saying we're going to work with our budget team for them to come back to let us know how much we have. Even though the manager can approve up to 500, we're not saying, and I don't want the community to be confused and think, okay, well, we're going to allocate 500,000. We're saying that we're bringing the motion to full council for November 24th, and we will be working in partnership with the county, and we will be receiving an update from budget on what funds may be available.
So you don't want
All right,
the
so-
citizens to think you're sitting
Councilwoman
away
Brown,
money for something.
Full,
You're just
amendment
gonna-
would be received.
I hear that. I don't know if I'm okay with that. And
Wait.
now, but
You don't want the citizens to think that you're just taking money and just sitting it aside for your projects. So here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna hold hearings and be out there and talk to the people about how we're gonna set aside money to help illegals. I can't. I this is, like I said, it needs to be another level of retardation. This is something higher. This is something with more impact. I don't think any language anywhere has fathomed this amount of stupidity.
I am a team player. What we're sending collaboration.
This
with the
bitch is
city,
stoned.
with the
Let's
county,
just admit it. She's
but
fucking
people are
high.
Watching, and if Councilmember Ashmere, she spoke with our city manager. What are we doing as a city? What can we do now?
Either you trying to sleep or you stoned off your ass like Jasmine
for
Crockett.
me, I get it. I understand we're delaying. We understand these are tax dollars. Everybody know everything we're doing is tax dollars. If they don't, they know now because I just said it. But what I'm saying and what I want to be clear on is I want people to know that we care. And there's always a delay. There's always a pushback. There's always, let's wait to do this. Let's wait to do that. And I want to make sure that our community that need us know that we are here. And this is one way for us to show up for our community and for them to know that we are here. That's what I'm
Okay, I think we have had enough discussion on this. I firmly believe that
Enough
we need
talking.
to show action
We're just gonna
now.
do our own
We need to
thing.
show a sense of urgency here. People are
See?
being snatched away.
See, I'm done talking.
So,
I'm done talking. They're being snatched out the street. Let's just do this. Fuck the people.
so
Fuck
we
what they
can
think.
move forward.
So I did accept the motion from, the amendment from Councilmember Mitchell, so we can move forward with the amendment, but I did want to say that this is an opportunity for the city to show up in a major way for our community, and there don't need to be any delays attached to that. That's where I'm at.
Yes, let me come back to you. Hold on. Did you make a motion or no? I just want to make sure before we open up a discussion, we have a second and then we open up a discussion. So if we can clarify what the motion is the motion is that we urgently fund organizations who are working with impacted communities with a sense of urgency. Is that correct?
I did accept the amendment by Councilmember Mitchell.
The amendment
And so
to the
Mr.
amendment
Mitchell
of the amendment
will
about the
separate it, so I
amendment
can be crystal clear
in which the
on what I'm
amendment
saying,
references the
and
amendment.
I'll make the adjustment on the amendment.
I was trying to make sure we all can have 5-0, a show of solidarity out of the committee. And so when Councilman Peacock said he felt like it was open-ended, I want to show some urgency and say we would take action on November 24th. So we can get a 5-0.
Y'all remember when Dade Phelps read that shit drunk on the Texas House floor?
The amendment, I take it. Thank you, Councilmember Mitchell. I greatly appreciate that. So I'll go back to it. And I will make the motion.
Let me
And
see if
will
I can
make the
find
amendment, But I want to hear, Councilmember Mayfield, what was your attachment to it?
No, don't I have that as a sound clip?
Reiterating the mayor's recommendation for it to be in the motion that we work alongside of Mecklenburg County so that we're
So
consistent.
intergovernment, we're going to do that?
Yes,
Is that what we're gonna say?
intergovernmental.
Okay, intergovernmental, I'll say that, all right.
Yes.
So, let's try this again. I make a motion to fund organizations that are working with the impacted
No, I
communities
did
with a
not.
sense of urgency.
All right.
It will be with our intergovernment.
The county.
It will be a collaboration with the intergovernment, which is at Mecklenburg County.
Yes.
And we will also accept Councilmembers Mayfield addition that we will do what? One more time?
Okay, is this it?
Send an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the opposite amendment? The chair has none. Amendment is adopted. Amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? A record of vote has been requested by Mr. Middleton. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Brandon voting aye.
That's fucking Dave Phelps in Texas.
The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the opposite amendment? The chair has none. Amendment is adopted. Speaker Campbell, send the amendment.
Jesus Christ. That's what Texas gives us. But anyway.
Collaborating with the county.
Collaboration with the county. So let me say it again for clarity. We'll make a motion to give funding to organizations that are working with our impacted communities with a sense of urgency. We will do that by working with intergovernment, which is Mecklenburg County. Do I have a second on the floor for the motion that I just made?
With a vote on November 24th.
Hold on.
No, hold on.
That's the language that initially that Councilmember Mitchell requested.
May I suggest some language that I think might capture a little bit better for everybody so we can...
Hey, I suggest some language that may capture this. Everybody go fuck yourselves.
No, I was just trying to reshape it to be more characteristic of what we're talking about here.
Okay.
So.
Can you?
Oh, there's.
Okay, Mr. I just want to make sure.
Wait a minute.
Oh, we're all on the same page.
Wait a minute. Did they all just go, wow? There is 2 white guys over here. They're the only ones over here, though.
Trying to reshape it to be more characteristic of what we're talking about here.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, they did. He's like, I'm trying to shape it to be more characteristic of what we're talking about here. And they're like, wow. Can't believe you really did that. You went there.
Okay, Mr. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Mr. Heath, if you could respond to Councilmember Mitchell's question about getting the funding out sooner to impacted communities, because this is happening now, and the funding is needed now.
I'll be very brief. So, yes, I would assert that the quicker you want to move, then the more staff will need to deviate from our standard process, which would require choices to be made on which organizations, which types of programs and services. Those are the types of choices that are often the most difficult for us to then articulate to the community why we've done what we've done. So I'm just underscoring that, yes, it's possible, but it will raise certain challenges for us. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mitchell, does that address your question? Mr. Mitchell.
I'm sorry. I apologize, everybody. I had 2 conversations going on at one time. So, Sean, I totally apologize because Maria and I was talking. So, I'm sorry. Can you repeat it again? I'm sorry.
Yes, the administration can always move very quickly if it's the will of council. I'm just acknowledging that the quicker we move, the more of a deviation it is from standard processes, which would generally play out over the course of multiple months. We can do that, but choices would need to be made. Choices where there oftentimes are different views around what the right choices.
In other words, you just said, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I thought this was mindless, boring dribble that I wasn't going to be part of.
Ms. Ashmere?
Yeah, hold on just a second. Mr.
These are the
Mitchell,
motherfuckers that
you
are
done,
making the laws to tell you how to live
additional
your
questions?
lives.
So I'm struggling like everybody else. We want to move quick.
Yep.
And we want to be fair. And we don't have but a week to get this accomplished. And I'm just, so Sean, if I heard you correctly, we can give you the ability, if we say yes, move forward, we can give you the ability to identify those organizations. We're going to have a public process so everybody can participate who are out there providing services, or are we going to select 3 or 4 or 5 organizations? That's the part I'm very uncomfortable because I don't want to get involved. We picking winners and losers. I want to make sure we
I just want to show you all this real
really
quick.
going to make a difference. And so that's the
I'm
part
shocking this thing's nutsack.
I'm struggling with, sir.
Yes,
Once in a
we can
while, I'll
always do a
punch it.
public process, and having an open process.
I don't even know what. There it is.
competitive
I punched the
process
sack.
is the norm.
I don't even
That
know what
takes
it
time.
is, but it
So
needs
it's
to
just
die.
a trade-off. It's a trade-off.
Okay, but, but to Ms. Ashmere's point, though, time is one thing we don't have.
Right, exactly.
So we go through our normal process. We can't do 30, 60, 90 days. We're
That's
talking about 48 hours, 72 hours, and so we can try to make a difference. So,
Hold on. Let's, Mr.
so can we have an expedite process?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Okay, I think we are on the same page. To Councilmember Mitchell's point, because he's a process person, being a former chair of Economic Development Committee, I understand that we do not want to be in the business of picking winners and losers. We want to make sure
You don't want to pick
organizations
wieners?
that are working in this space have an opportunity. So I think, to Mr. Heath's point, we can do that. So before we go ahead and raise our hands, I have Councilmember Peacock, followed by Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to try for a way to help the motion that has been made, because I understand the intent now and why we're doing that. I wanted to see if Ms. Brown would accept this, to direct the city manager to identify and deploy short-term funding on or before November 24th to organizations actively supporting individuals and neighborhoods affected by recent events.
I think I believe we are just.
We're just directing the city manager, who you've already
But it's
clarified.
What up,
November
Biz?
24th, and organizations need
Simple babies
resources
over here.
now
That's the motion. The
I like
motion
a
is to
boom.
direct the manager to be able to act between now and November 24th.
To send out
To short-term funding on or before November 24th. As
Yeah, I
opposed to
figured
the
since my
open-ended
ass had to come home
motion,
early
which
today,
was
I'll
just to
do this.
support organizations urgently, which is about as willy-nilly as it
So I
gets.
just want to make sure, so between now to November 24th.
After this
are
one,
we
I am going to
saying
cut it,
that-
though.
Because it could
I got
be
chores to do and
possible
things.
that it could be earlier. So you are okay?
I just said that, to direct the city manager to identify and deploy short-term funding.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm just trying to capture
So
what
how
we're
is
trying to do.
that different than her
Well,
motion?
well, her motion specifically, when it was first
How was that
read,
different than
was
her
motion
bullshit?
to fund organizations that are working with impacted communities with a sense of urgency.
Yeah, so sense of urgency gives them flexibility.
But we're directing somebody, we're directing the city manager to work with partners that deputy city managers indicated to us.
Okay. Yeah.
So-
All right. I think that Councilmember Anderson, followed by Councilmember.
No, the
May-
only thing I wanted to make sure is, I'm sorry. I want to
Yeah.
make sure as we're moving forward with this, that we include the collaboration word in there, because we need to have that as we build a structure for everyone participating, so we're not just the only place participating.
Yes.
Got it?
Okay,
thank you.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And I'm just really, really impressed by the assistance that the community has stepped up to help our residents over the last couple of days. It's been tremendous, and I know that you all are bootstrapped and exhausted. And I want us to step up. I'm not a member of this committee, and I want us to step up and support the work that's being done to help our residents. But I do feel
She's straight
like
up trying to hide herself behind that other
we
woman.
need some level of
What is it?
scope here, because I don't want to set the community up to think that we have an unallocated amount of funds that we can just disperse to endless organizations. Our budget
You know we
is
gotta
very
keep
tight,
our,
and if we're going to do this,
our
which it
cut if
sounds
you wanna
like
do this
the
right.
manager says he's gonna look under every rock to try to find funds for us to do this. We just want to set expectations properly.
Lowered Anybody
and
remember that?
I
Lowered
think we need-
expectations?
Mr. Peacock, I think the last few words that you just said about short-term assistance on or before the last meeting of this council will be very helpful. And I think if it gets to the broader council discussion, then we really just need to set the tone, Mr. Heath, around how many organizations will have funds to assist, And with that collaboration piece with the county, it would help us run a few steps further, right? Because it will be additional funds for them, with them in conjunction. So I just want to be clear, I want us to help. I appreciate all the work that's been done, but I don't want to set a false expectation that we have an unallocated or an endless amount of funds to help numerous organizations. We're going to.
I mean, no one thinks you have an endless amount of funds.
In collaboration with our
We just don't want you using it for your own shit. You know, pulling like a Tiffany Henyard situation.
Councilmember Peacock, do you have a motion to make?
Yes, I do. The motion would be to direct the city manager in collaboration with the county manager to identify and deploy short-term funding on or before November 24th to organizations actively supporting individuals in neighborhoods affected by recent events.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
No.
You okay with that motion?
Not about that, but you had a motion and a second on the prior motion. Is this a motion?
Oh, I'm sorry.
This would just be a substitute.
This was the amendment.
I just wanted to clarify. Thank
This
you.
was a substitute motion.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney.
Yeah, so I'll second that motion. I mean, it's,
Still discussion.
it's
the
okay.
same.
Yeah, it's
I
the
know,
same
it's
thing.
the same. I
It's
get
the
it.
same, but it puts it in the hands.
Okay,
I
so
understand.
that's fine.
It's different,
Substitute
but
motion.
still the same.
Okay, so can we, all in favor, please raise your hand.
This final
Substitute motion. All right.
You got a full,
Oh, okay, that's unanimous.
Okay.
so that's unanimous.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pico.
Okay.
All right, I have a second motion now.
I sent it to you. Hold on one second. Okay, the second motion is to give the city attorney authority to work with all stakeholders to come up with educational campaigns to keep our community safe.
Second. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, it's unanimous. All right, great work, committee.
Sean, we're not doing anything else on the agenda.
Where's the?
It's impossible.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you mean? It's impossible to do anything else on the agenda. You spent 35 minutes talking and you're just like, we're done for the day?
Okay, I'll switch to you in just a minute.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I guess they're done.
On to, and we're trying to work through the emotions, the economic impact. This is something that we've.
You know what? We got 40 minutes before I got to call it. But let's go back into this one. Full committee markup from the judiciary.
Mr. Nels to lead us into play.
I need to go back through the this quality. I need to go back through and change the
Gentlemen,
thumbnail and information and shit.
pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 4638, the Bow Wow Act, for purpose of markup and move that the committee report in favor to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 4638.
Without objection, the bill be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you all have a chance to meet Freddie, the Beagle, who's, I think, in the anteroom right now. Freddie's a 5-year-old CBP detection dog who serves our country every day, along with his handler agent, Melissa D. Snyder. Freddie was found abandoned as a puppy at the side of a Georgia road. He was adopted into the USDA's Detector Dog program. He's since conducted over 590,000 searches, resulting in nearly 2,000 seizures of prohibited agricultural products attempting to be brought into the country. These dogs are highly trained.
Jesus Christ.
Contraband being smuggled across our nation's ports of entry.
This dog's literally dying, so you don't have
They're the
to.
most efficient and unobtrusive system we have to secure busy airports. Now, on June 24th of this year, Freddie and Melissa were working Dulles International Airport. On that day, Freddie alerted to luggage on a flight coming from Egypt. While Agent Snyder questioned the owner, this man violently kicked Freddie with sufficient force to lift Freddie off the ground. Freddie suffered contusions to his right forward rib area. He was taken off duty for 2 weeks to recover.
Fuck that
They are,
dude.
by the way, be sure to say hi. It turns out this man was smuggling 117 pounds of meat and produce which were prohibited from entering the United States. He pled guilty to harming an animal used in law enforcement. He was deported to Egypt 2 days later. He will
Those
never
funds
be allowed
belong to
back in our
you,
country again
the
unless, of
people
course,
be.
another
Yet
Joe
these
Biden
foreigners
becomes
keep giving them
that same
all their
month,
buddies and
leftist
pals,
protesters
forget
in
the
Los
American
Angeles
people.
physically
Hell
attacked
yeah, they
forces
do,
used by the
Lenny.
Los Angeles Sheriff's Department for crowd control.
Oh yeah, we got
during
some 4 new
anti-ICE
followers. We had some people run in
Horses
here,
are used
or raid in
extensively
here
by
with
federal
us.
agencies for crowd control,
We made some new
also for
friends today.
access to remote areas
What
along
up,
the
Dave?
border frequented by human and drug traffickers. So Congressman Calvert brings us this simple bill. It says that if you are convicted of harming a law enforcement animal or you admit to doing so while you are a guest of our country, you will immediately be expelled and never allowed to return. Yes, it is true that we have good laws to punish such animal cruelty, and yes, such assaults can be defined as moral turpitude to bar admission, but that finding can often require Byzantine legal proceedings that eat up valuable time and resources if they're pursued at all. Now, I know that many of our Democratic colleagues support the open border policies of the Biden administration, which encouraged the largest illegal mass migration in history. They admitted the world's most violent criminal gangs and cartels into our communities. They suppressed American workers' wages, and they cost taxpayers an estimated $160 billion a year to support. I know that many are now vigorously, and in some cases violently, opposing the enforcement of our immigration laws under the Trump administration. They can't change these laws, so they seek to obstruct their enforcement and attack and harass and threaten the law enforcement officers who are upholding them.
Right.
Some Democratic state and local officials have even revived the disgraced doctrine of nullification to defy federal law that we all thought had died with the Confederacy. Now, this is a deep and irreconcilable divide
I
between
mean,
our
you got
parties that
motherfuckers
only
telling the
voters
military
can ultimately
to
resolve.
commit a coup now, so.
Can't we at least all agree that kicking a 5-year-old beagle at an airport should disqualify any foreign national from entering our country ever again? That's the entire one-paragraph law, and I hope we can put aside our political differences and all support it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Raskin, for an opening statement.
Are you telling me we're trying to commit trying to make a bill about not kicking dogs?
I counted 7 in our extended family this morning. I've taken a strong interest in this bill, and the case underlying it, the case indeed illustrates the cavalier, violent abuse of animals that's still pervasive in our country, around the world. Alas, the bill is a great example of a trend that I think both sides have tried to resist, which is duplicating existing offenses and simply filling the statute books with redundant provisions. It all started, as the gentleman said, when
like your existence in Congress?
to meet today, who was working
Or just
with,
your existence altogether? I don't know yet.
Detected
Either one.
smuggled agricultural products at Dulles Airport. Apparently, he repeatedly barked and alerted his commanding officers to the presence of over 100 pounds of prohibited food items in bags unloading in the luggage pickup area. And the prohibited food belonged to Hamed Ramadan Bayoumi Ali Marie, age 70, a traveler and a foreign national visiting from Egypt. So,
Okay, because I was about to say, there ain't no way you're going to say that's American, right?
Over the dog's excellent detective work, kicked Freddie so hard he became airborne and suffered bruised ribs. And if you're an animal lover like me, you would exclaim, that should be
Oh, I
illegal.
doubt you like animals.
And sure enough, it was illegal. Mr. Marie was promptly arrested, held by the police for several days, and then he pled guilty to 1 count of harming animals used in law enforcement under 18 U.S.C. 1368. He was convicted, and he was sentenced to time served by the judge, ordered to pay the veterinarian's bill, which records show was $840. I'm glad to see that Freddie is doing fine. And then he was promptly, Mr. Marie was promptly deported and sent back to Egypt. So, as the case itself demonstrates, the conduct is already criminally proscribed and is the basis for removal of a non-citizen. It's against the law now to kick a police dog, and Mr. Marie won himself 3 days
No
in
shit.
jail for doing it. But the opportunity to introduce a redundant bill is apparently impossible for us politicians to pass up. H.R. 4638 would render inadmissible and deportable any non-citizen who willfully harms a police dog or a police horse. I'm unaware of any mad rush of immigrants roaming the country and attacking police animals, so I'm not sure what crisis this surplus language is responding to. I don't know if it's about horses being...
Just because it happens once doesn't mean all illegals will attack horses. This is the dumbest fucking story or statement.
Convicted and removed from the country. In other words, the criminal justice system, the immigration system worked just like they're supposed to. A foreign national committed a crime. He was arrested, charged, prosecuted, convicted, and removed, all without being stripped of any of the due process protections that we afford people in America. So all this bill really does is short-circuit the need to actually prosecute someone for an alleged assault. The bill would render not just a vacation traveler, but even a green card holder deportable for kicking a police animal, even if he or she is never arrested, charged, prosecuted, or convicted of the crime. Now think of that. That's what this bill is doing. It is short-circuiting the entire process which took place in this actual case. So there's no crime so serious that people don't actually have to be prosecuted for it before being punished. If a citizen or a green card holder murders someone today, we require that they be convicted.
There ain't no way that motherfucker just said this. Hold on. This is a little bit low again. Let me bring that up for you. Backtrack a little bit.
For kicking a police animal traveler actually prosecute someone for an alleged assault. The bill would render not just a vacation traveler, but even a green card holder deportable for kicking a police animal, even if he or she is never arrested, charged, prosecuted, or convicted of the crime. Now think of that. That's what this bill is doing. It is
This bill makes it a deportable offense to kick a police dog. And you can be deported without due process? Is that what you're talking about? Like, what? Son of a bitch, we go to fucking prison for that. And you're saying they can be deported for kicking a police dog. But if American citizens kick a police dog, well, we're fucked. You should know better. But illegal immigrants, well, you need to be nicer because they don't know. What is this argument? What the fuck is this?
Short-circuiting the entire process which took place in this actual case. So there's no crime so serious that people don't actually have to be prosecuted for it before being punished. If a citizen or a green card holder murders someone today, we require that they be convicted prior to being sent to prison or to being rendered deportable. There must be an actual conviction. If this bill were to become law, individuals accused of attacking police animals.
I mean, if they're here legally, yes, they would need the due process to sit there and say you murdered somebody through our court system. But how are you trying to conflate murder and kicking a dog into the same damn thing just because they're not here legally or are here legally and not a... Like, what the fuck? How does this argument... Goddamn, Raskin, you actually think your fucking staffers are helping you when they write this bullshit for you? You think they're actually doing something for you. That's the sad part.
Will be treated in the immigration system more harshly than people accused of murdering a human being. That just makes no sense. And it sticks out like a sore thumb in our statute books. Under the INA, a non-citizen convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude, or CIMT, is automatically deportable. And the gentleman has conceded that this was treated as a crime of moral turpitude and can be treated that way. There are a wide variety of these offenses, including acts to impede law enforcement and to harm animals. The key point here is that only persons who are convicted of such a crime are rendered deportable. This bill eliminates the conviction requirement, which is a very dangerous road for us to go down. And I know that the Homeland Security Secretary Noem, infamously in her book, bragged about killing her dog. But she should not be fired or punished for that with all the protections of due process, even though she wrote about having done it. If she were to be prosecuted for that, that's something that she should actually be brought to court for and not simply say, oh, there's evidence of it, she's admitted it. I urge members to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Without objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California to offer...
Raskin just keeps getting dumber.
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purposes of amendment. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California to explain his amendment.
This amendment just makes a small technical change to the short title. It doesn't change the substance of the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from New York has an amendment. Gentleman may, the clerk may report.
I reserve a point.
Point of order reserved by the gentleman from California.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4638 offered by Mr. Goldman of New York. Page 1, strike lines.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from New York is...
See what I'm talking about? They just cut you off.
Well, let me read it.
Your job is done.
It's page 1, strike lines 2 through 4, and insert the following. This act may be cited as the Christie Noem Canine Relief Act of 2025. It is noteworthy that we are doubling down on deporting, arresting individuals who assault dogs in this case. And make no mistake, I am strongly against anyone assaulting dogs.
Make no
And I think
mistake,
the
you
ranking
are a
member,
dog.
laid out very clearly the problem with this bill.
I thought that was going to
But
say.
I really
Make no
want to know
mistake, I am a
how,
dog.
if at all, it would apply to cabinet members who have admitted that they have shot and killed a dog. Is it only at the ports of entry, or is this just broadly against any assault on dogs? Because my understanding, if I'm
This stupid son of a bitch. I want you all to just understand the straight up stupidity of this motherfucker. This stupid son of a bitch sat here, saw that he had to talk about a bill about a dog getting kicked, and decided to make it about Kristi Noem. Yes. Yes, that's exactly what he did. This is about a police dog getting kicked, and this motherfucker's like, but Kristi Noem. She killed a dog. Oh my God. She put a dog down like most country women and men will do. Or more than once in their life. I hate this cocksucker. He's so fucking pathetically worthless. He does nothing for mankind at all. You're going to sit here and, oh my God, Kristi Noem. This is about a police dog getting kicked, and we need punishment for that. Oh my God, Kristi Noem. Shut the fuck up, faggot.
reading the bill is that this would apply to someone who kills a dog. Now, obviously, we're focused here on the deportation of people who kill dogs, and presumably that would not apply to U.S. citizens, although I understand my colleagues on the other side are in many cases trying to denaturalize people. But certainly the Secretary of Homeland Security, as a born American subject to birthright citizenship, would not be able to be denaturalized. So I understand that this bill would not necessarily apply because it is really focused on making sure that we double down and deport not just people who are convicted of killing dogs, but people who have been alleged to have killed dogs. And so
all in favor of just go ahead and saying there's no absolutely no way we can do this, but all in favor of revoking this fucking son of a bitch's fucking citizenship and deporting him out of the country. Go ahead and put F in the chat. There is none, but hey, over here talking to myself.
this renaming, I think, would really capture the true essence of the bill, which is that we really don't want anybody to kill dogs, especially the Secretary of Homeland Security. And so I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment that would rename
he heard
the
this
bill
was about
the
dogs
Kristi
and
Noem
said
Canine
Kristi
Relief
Noem.
Act of 2025.
I can attack her.
I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
I would insist on my point of order because of
your
the
fucking taxpayer
nature of
dollars
the,
at work.
The amendment, but since I've been told that it is technically in order, I would rather say, can I please call the previous question and dispense with this? No?
Can you also, can maybe,
Okay,
can maybe you say
I'll
that you're
strike- I'd
against,
like to
can you
strike-
say you're against the amendment?
I'd like to
Can you do
strike
that?
the last word, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the word kill, I'm looking for it in the bill. The word Kristi Noem is being injected by the other side. This is about, in fact, a difference between many of us on the right and many on the left, which is, do people at the time of their request to enter the country or during their stay as visa holders, do they have the same right against being deported that American citizens have? And the answer obviously is no. And I think the gentleman wisely said,
no,
citizens
it can be
are not to be
revoked
deported. However,
at any time during the process.
Visa or a visa at the port of entry when you're attempting to enter, particularly carrying drugs as this person did. And I only question why he isn't still in jail rather than
for a
having
litany
been
of
deported.
fucking reasons.
Pardon me? Oh, okay. It wasn't drugs. I apologize. But the fact is, This is an example of the difference between the two views. The view that everyone has a right to be here with or without a visa, with or without good conduct. It is clear that this is necessary for the very reason of the argument by my colleague, is he is arguing that somehow, we don't need this law. We need the law if there's ambiguity as to whether or not your entry into the country is at the discretion of the United States government based on your clear living up to the standards for which we have granted that entry. And the standards for granting that entry are higher than just a question of breaking the law. And I think that's the important point, that if you want to say that you have to, as has been said in this committee repeatedly, you have to do egregious things. I remember markups in this committee where we said, if you have been convicted of driving under the influence 100 times, is that enough times to deport you? That was after we did 50 and 25 and 10. We kept increasing it, and at no point could we get a clear agreement that there must be a point at which somebody is a clear and present danger based on driving under the influence or other offenses, and yet we could find no basis for it, only that if it was a violent felony meeting some requirement. With all due respect for today, when they've killed somebody, maimed somebody, or committed a violent felony, but they have done other things indicating their failure to be on good behavior, earlier, we have missed the point because we have caused egregious harm to our cities and to our citizens because we waited too long. If you're going to kick a dog because it's simply trying to investigate whether you're carrying contraband and doing the job at a port of entry, then you've already shown that you are not fit to come into our country based on our rules. And for that reason, I oppose any changing of the name that would distract from the obvious goal that the gentleman wrote this bill for, which is to protect the law enforcement people and their service animals from the kind of attacks we saw here. And with that, I would yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I don't really care about the title of the bill. It's clever to call it the Christie Noem bill because Canine Relief Act, to remind people of how cruel she was to an animal when we're talking about animal cruelty. But the real issue of this bill is not that. The real issue of this bill is that it applies penalties to people who have not been convicted. It says convicted.
Well, then fine. It's also
various other things.
it's okay to sit there and say that you shit your pants because you wanted to crop dust Nancy
no one
Pelosi.
can be punished without being convicted of a crime. There is nothing more fundamental to the liberties of this country than the requirement of conviction of a crime. This bill and several of the other bills on the calendar today do away with that. That is a crime against the Constitution. It's a crime against liberty. We cannot have a society in which people can be convicted of a crime, sentenced to jail or to a fine or whatever, without being convicted, period. That is a fundamental thing in this country. It's been fundamental to English common law before this country. And now we're going to repeal that? That is the core issue of this bill.
I wish you could repeal
That's why I oppose the bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
First of all, it's good to see you all. It's been a long time since we've been together, since we were all furloughed together by the Speaker. And so it's good to be with you. I see trying to get some muscle memory back for you all, see if you have a sense of humor. I want to just set the record straight on a couple of things. We keep referring to Christy Noem's dog as a dog, but actually it was a puppy. It was 14 months old. And that puppy had a name. Say its name. Cricket. Okay, that puppy had a name. And so if you had a couple moments, I would now like to do a spirited reading from the book by our Secretary of Homeland Security. It starts, I hated that dog on the way home from a hunt. The dog on the way home from a pheasant hunt was untrainable, and it went to go attack the chickens. And at that moment, I realized I had to put her down. So I grabbed a gun and led Cricket to a gravel pit. Wasn't a pleasant job, but it had to be done. And after it was over, I realized another unpleasant job needed to be done. And so I went and got the family goat and brought that to the gravel pit. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to kill that goat with one shot. So anyway, I think the point of bringing it up is, on the merits of the bill, we can debate the merits of the bill.
What the fuck is
We're
this?
just going to get on our high horse about animal cruelty, which I think we all agree on, by the way. I think there's unanimity here on animal cruelty. I just, want to make sure that we apply that universally. And I think that's what the gentleman from New York is just trying to remind our colleagues, who we have not seen in a while, that, the Secretary of Homeland Security also did not treat an animal in which we believe the animal should be treated. And with that, I'll yield if Mr. Raskin has any questions.
Welcome back, Mr. Moskowitz. And first of all, I think your reference to goats is completely immaterial to what we're discussing today. It's not part of the bill. Isn't that right?
There are no goats in the bill. I was meaning, I wanted to, not me, and she wrote this in the book that after she shot the dog, she's like, that was awesome, go get the goat. So.
All right, well, getting back to the substance of it, whether it's a magnificent dog like Freddie, who joins us today, or Cricket, whose reputation has obviously been besmirched by the Secretary of Homeland Security, all dogs deserve not to be treated in a cruel and capricious way. But the point here is that everything that anybody in this room would have wanted to happen happened in this case. Right after the culprit kicked Freddie, the culprit was apprehended, was arrested, was charged, and spent 3 days in jail before being removed and deported from the country. So one asks, other than the opportunity to say we agree with what happened, what are we doing here? All that's really happening is that the majority is using it as an opportunity to try to dilute this standard that is working perfectly well, which is that if you are actually convicted of such an offense,
I honestly have no idea what the fuck they're going on about.
Removable and deportable
I mean,
from
I
the
know
country.
they're trying to sit there
no
and slam on
to
Kristi
puncture
Noem,
that
but
basic line, as Mr. Nadler says, in our jurisprudence, and I can't see why any of us would want to go down that road. I thank you for reminding us that animal cruelty is a serious problem across the country, Mr. Moskowitz and Mr. Goldman. And I do hope that we can all agree that what happened in this case is precisely what should have happened. We don't need to be tampering with the law at this point. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, that is a good question, though. Why is this a fucking bill?
Shri Thandadar.
Why do we have our fucking government doing this?
So with that, I think this particular interesting article here.
We got bigger shit to worry about than a damn police dog, though.
Democrat congressman trying to impeach President Trump has been accused of abandoning over 100 dogs to starve after his company cruelly tested pharmaceuticals on them.
Yeah.
Shri Thandadar was behind a testing lab that shut down in 2010. Months after the New Jersey lab closed, local animal rights activists alerted authorities to 118 beagles that had been left behind locked in the facility.
What about
At the time,
Fauci's
the lab's
beagles?
ex-workers told USA Today they had been jumping fences at the facility to provide food and water for the dogs. Insiders claimed that even before the dogs were abandoned to starve, they had lived horrific lives in captivity and were subject to toxicology tests. I don't think they've actually had their paws on the grass. When I walked in here, it looked like they were walking on eggshells. They were kind of afraid to walk on the grass. The point is, and so, Mr. Chairman, I submit for the record this article from UK Daily Mail entitled "Dim Congressman Shri Thandadar famed for railing against Trump carried out unspeakable act against 118 beagles."
Without objection.
And by the way,
Anthony Fauci.
California-based organization Defense of Animals
Without
back the same
objection.
sign and saved 55 long-tailed macaque monkeys as well. The point is, you're trying to make a joke out of something.
He saved what
and the
kind of
reality
monkeys?
is, what happened should not have happened. And when
You're
you try to
talking about
minimize
monkeys and
something that's
macaque,
serious,
and
sometimes
I don't know
your
what
humor
What?
is not really funny. It's flat.
I mean, you got a point there.
So if we're going to,
I'm just saying stupid shit at this
names
point.
here, then I would invoke the name of your own colleague, Shri Thandadar. With that,
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll yield to the gentleman from California.
Perhaps the gentleman would consider modifying his suggestion by adding the name of Anthony Fauci, who's alleged to have
Right.
presided over the torture of many more beagles and other harmless creatures,
Right.
all in the name of perverted science.
Will the gentleman yield?
I would be happy to include that amendment. So Mr. Chairman, I'm making an oral amendment to change the title of the article of the underlying bill.
The amendment, talking about the amendment.
Okay. That's totally fine.
I'm going to object to that.
Okay. There's an objection raised to the amendment offered to the amendment. All those in, we can take a roll call. And all those in favor?
Who seeks recognition?
Well,
Who seeks recognition?
But I want.
No. Who seeks recognition, bitch?
Your gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am a major animal rights, animal protection legislator for 40 years.
Cohen?
I'll have a tie on today with puppy
Oh,
dogs.
you go
Not
fuck
because I knew we had
yourself.
this bill, because I like puppy dogs. And Freddie's a great dog. But Mr. Raskin did an
You
excellent
go straight
job
up fuck yourself,
saying
Cohen.
why we don't need this bill. I don't believe my friend Mr. McClintock responded to Mr. Raskin's argument about this being duplicitous, and I think we have a bill that I'm a sponsor of that I think might have been Jim Jordan's bill that said we should go through and eliminate laws in the code that are duplicitous and unnecessary. Mr. McClintock.
Look, you want to talk about some dumb shit. This motherfucker in a goddamn hearing literally said he's from Memphis and the black people love him because he's white. Swear to God, the motherfucker said it.
You're my friend. I have great respect for you. Can you tell me why Mr. Raskin's argument is not dispositive of this bill?
Yes, as I stated in my opening subject, and by the way, Mr. Cohen, I return the compliments. I have a high degree of respect for you, which you well know, and I'm proud to say to all here. And it's very simple. It is correct that it could be interpreted as moral turpitude to have been convicted or to have admitted to such a crime. The problem is that then can trigger a lengthy legal process to determine whether or not that constitutes moral turpitude. And this cuts through all of that red tape and simply says, if you kick a 5-year-old beagle, you're not going to be allowed back in this country. No further legal proceedings are necessary. Now, you do have to either be convicted of that or admit to that. In this case, this foreign national admitted to it. But if he tried to come back in the country, he could trigger a long legal process to determine whether or not that act constituted moral turpitude. This bill makes that legal process unnecessary and simply says, you're not welcome here, go home.
Thank you, Mr. McClintock. Mr. Raskin, you would like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. First of all, there is no judicial review of an inadmissibility determination administratively, so it's just false to say that you'd be tied up endlessly in litigation or red tape around that. I mean, I think the facts of this very case, which is the only case that's been advanced by the majority, completely contradict what we just heard, because this all happened within 3 days. So where are the years or months or weeks of litigation and red tape? He was found guilty and he was removed from the country the next day. He spent 3 days in jail. So he was not, out on the street endangering cricket or any other dogs at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. I appreciate the discussion. I'm probably going to vote for this, even though I think Mr. Raskin's discussion is right and it's not necessary, because it's not worth our time. Kumbaya, let's do something for the puppies and get it. Truman said, if you want a friend in Washington, get a dog.
Would the
This
gentleman
ain't
yield for
worth your
one moment?
time.
Just in
I
the
mean,
last
you
ditch
did
effort to
say
dissuade you,
something
because,
correct,
at first, my reaction was yours too, which is, well, this is completely redundant and duplicative, as well as duplicitous, as I think you misspoke and said as well. But, why not just let it go? It's not that big a deal. The problem is it sets a very bad precedent now where we're saying we're going to dispense with the necessity of actually trying people for crimes, and we're just going to declare them guilty of the crime, and then they can be removable or deportable, or, in the context of citizenship.
The court ruled
What the
at
fuck?
the hearing.
Oh, it still jumped ahead. God damn it. Andrew, Jayapal, Hegeman, Ballant, him like a dove, Cohen, Biggs,
abandoned to starve. They had lived horrific lives in captivity and were subject to toxicology tests.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think they've actually had their paws on the
Red tape and simply says, if you kick a
Here we go.
5-year-old beagle, you're not going to be allowed back in this country. No further legal proceedings are necessary. Now, you do have to either be convicted of that or admit to that. In this case, this foreign national admitted to it. But if he tried to come back in the country, he could trigger a long legal process to determine whether or not that act constituted moral turpitude. This bill makes that legal process unnecessary and simply says, you're not welcome here, go home.
Thank you, Mr. McClintock. Mr. Raskin, you would like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. First of all, there is no judicial review of an inadmissibility determination administratively, so it's just false to say that you'd be tied up endlessly in litigation or red tape around that. I think the facts of this very case, which is the only case that's been advanced by the majority, completely contradict what we just heard, because this all happened within 3 days. So where are the years or months or weeks of litigation and red tape? He was found guilty and he was removed from the country the next day. And he spent 3 days in jail. So he was not, out on the street endangering cricket or any other dogs at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. I appreciate the discussion. I'm probably going to vote for this, even though I think Mr. Raskin's discussion is right and it's not necessary, because it's not worth our time. Kumbaya, let's do something for the puppies and get it. Truman said, if you want a friend in Washington, get a dog.
Would the gentleman yield for 1 moment? Sure. Just in a last-ditch effort to dissuade you, because, at first my reaction was yours too, which is, well, this is completely redundant and duplicative, as well as duplicitous, as I think you misspoke and said as well. But, why not just let it go? It's not that big a deal. The problem is it sets a very bad precedent now where we're saying we're going to dispense with the necessity of actually trying people for crimes, and we're just going to declare them guilty of the crime, and then they can be removable or deportable, or, in the context of citizens, subject to other kinds of administrative law sanctions. And one would think that the Judiciary Committee of all places in Congress would want to resist that erosion of basic standards. Thanks.
I will reserve my judgment, but I am very much affected, as I'm sure Mr. Roy is, by his contact with Freddie.
Mr. Chairman?
What purpose, gentleman?
I want to strike the last word.
I think well, you're on the amendment. Go ahead. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you.
You speak on the
Mr. Chairman, I'm
amendment?
not going to repeat the argument that I made, that Mr. Raskin made, that this is a very terrible precedent to set, that we can penalize people without actually convicting them in a court of law. I just want to comment on something I think it was Mr. Biggs said when he was talking about cruelty to animals. And of course, cruelty to animals is terrible. But he used the name of Anthony Fauci. Now,
Well,
no one
then
has
why did
alleged
your
that
mother
Anthony
let you
Fauci
exist,
is
Nadler?
cruel to animals. Now, true, animals were used in his medical experiments, as always are the case. You don't want to give a new drug to a person
Hold up.
without first testing it on animals.
Ain't no fucking way.
Part of the
Ain't no
scientific
fucking
method.
way this dude's
It is
going to try
absolutely
to
necessary for safety for
defend.
human beings. Now, Mr. Biggs mentioned someone else. I forget who it was, who he said was cruel to animals. He may well have been.
Animal testing. It's done on everything. Everything is animal testing. I'm sorry. Do they lock dogs' fucking heads in cages and have sandflies eat them alive and clip the vocal cords because you don't like them yelping in pain? Do they do that? No? Guess there's a difference in putting a dog down and putting a cage over their head and letting the sandflies eat them alive, right?
But when he mentioned Anthony Fauci, he was not. He simply used animals in the proper scientific method to protect human beings. And I don't think we want to say that drugs should be tested or medical
Proper
procedures should be tested
scientific
first on
method
humans without
by
being tested
letting
first on
sandflies
animals.
eat beagles' faces that were locked in cages,
Gentleman
clipping
yields back.
vocal cords because they were
Gentleman from
yelping
Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman,
and they
no,
didn't
I would
want to
just
hear
say,
it.
What we're talking about here is
What the fuck?
a pretty simple question. If you've got an animal, in this case we're talking about a dog, we're talking about Freddie, in service to our country, and we've got an individual who is here as a guest, port of entry in this question, or it could be now you're talking about in the interior or otherwise, and they kick a dog. They kick this animal. They harm this animal. We don't believe you should be a guest anymore. That's literally all we're saying. I don't think this is that complicated. Don't be an idiot, or we're going to remove you or not admit you. It's that
Right.
simple. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from
Right.
California is
Thank you,
recognized.
Chip.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't get a chance to
It's
meet
bad. I
Freddie,
can
but
tell these
I
with
hope
Stansberry.
that Freddie is getting some
nope.
SAG or after
Cam Lager
credits
Dove.
for participating in this
Come
show
Lover Dove.
today. I do not support this, not because I don't support animals. In fact, I just adopted a dog 2 weeks ago from the shelter. But this really is an attempt to try and legitimize unlawful deportations and using it
Anthony Fauci not only violated the Nuremberg
the
Code,
weaponization
he also
of Freddie
violated
or,
Geneva
using
Convention
dogs
by
as pawns
using
because they
human
have a
guinea
soft
pigs
spot in
and
our
testing as
hearts.
poison on Americans.
And I've
Yep.
listened to some of the comments, and we have to just say, let's not
Yeah,
pretend that this
you
is about
remember-
protecting law enforcement.
You remember when AIDS was airborne? You remember when that was a thing? Yeah, that was Fauci too.
Because it's not. If we were really serious about protecting law enforcement, there would have been a larger outcry from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about pardoning January 6ers who attacked Capitol Police. Last I checked, Capitol Police are members of law enforcement. There'd be less consternation about even putting a plaque up on
You
the
mean
wall
the FBI that attacked themselves to start a
Capitol
riot?
Police officers who so valiantly protected everybody up in this place. If we were really about protecting law enforcement,
It was
we would have
everybody
been
up in this
against
place.
cutting
Everybody's
government
up
funding
in
to
this
law
bitch.
enforcement that work with community-based organizations in our districts and cities and states across this country who are working to make the streets safer. If it was really about protecting law enforcement, there would have been a larger outcry about giving settlement money, government money, to folks who actually attacked Capitol Police officers. If it was really about protecting law enforcement, there would be an outcry about why the DOJ is actually taking AUSAs off cases where they and law enforcement have been working on for years to go after cartels and human traffickers. People kidnapping our children and trafficking them and prostituting them. So let's keep it real. This is a charade. It's a
But
charade.
do you want that
I guess we have to get
prostitution
it out of
from
our
the kids?
system. But this is not about protecting law
You
enforcement.
vote for it.
And no, Freddie shouldn't have been kicked. No dog shouldn't be kicked. But
You
know,
want
there
these
should be a larger
illegals here. You
outcry
want the
actually
cartels
about,
here.
Don't be an idiot. Don't kick a dog. How about don't kick your wife?
What?
Don't kick a child.
What?
Don't molest a child. Don't
That
traffic
makes
a
sense.
child. How about that? No outcry about that. No outcry about that. So
No outcry about kicking a child. How did a child come involved in this? I don't.
remember. If not, I yield back.
What happened?
Okay, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from
Did my brain just skip a beat here or something? What the fuck was that? How about not kicking a child? Who kicked a child? What the fuck?
for unanimous consent.
Yeah, you see.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I enter into the record without unanimous consent. NIH shuts down Beagle Lab after 40 years of taxpayer-funded cruelty. The director of that was Anthony Fauci.
Without objection. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Democrats see no distinction between Kristi Noem's experience.
Yes, Dr. Fauci also worked on AIDS.
With the assault
He did.
of animals that are used by law enforcement. Well, I think they'd have a point if Kristi Noem was a foreign national and she shot a law enforcement dog named Cricket. This would certainly apply to her. But none of those circumstances apply in this case. We understand that many Democrats see no problem in obstructing law enforcement when they're obstructing laws the Democrats don't like or are committed by guests of our country, whether here legally or illegally. The ranking member reminds us that one can be turned away at a point of entry administratively, and that is correct, but that doesn't apply to foreign nationals who've gotten beyond the port of entry. This makes all foreign nationals deportable if they have attacked law enforcement animals. The former ranking member objects that this doesn't
Oh, I've
require
known
conviction.
about Fauci's
Well, actually, it
thing with
requires
the
either
AIDS.
conviction or
Even
an
before I
admission
was
of the crime.
political, I made
And in
jokes
fact,
about that
language
shit.
is identical to the grounds for inadmissibility for crimes involving not just moral turpitude, but controlled substance offenses under the Immigration Nationality Act. Even for grounds of removability, convictions are not always required. For example, an alien can be removed for overstaying his visa, violating his non-immigrant status or condition of entry, smuggling aliens, committing marriage fraud, being a drug user or drug addict, falsely claiming U.S. citizenship, or engaging in espionage. By requiring at least an admission, this bill conforms to the pattern of other grounds of inadmissibility.
Being a drug user to an immigrant is grounds for deportation. I don't know about that. I don't know if that's actually fair or not, though. I mean, yeah, you're supposed to live by the strictest fucking laws, but if you smoke a little bit of weed, you can be deported? Ain't that a bitch?
And removability.
What is this,
Here,
Russia?
The federal crime has clear elements that are straightforward with a criminal provision. And if an alien, like Freddie's attacker, had admitted to such reprehensible conduct, why can't that alien's own admission be used to show that that alien is
It's just like the average human being don't know what these people here
Gentlemen,
know
you're back.
about
The
insider
gentleman from
trading.
Vermont is
There is human flesh being traded on
Thank
the
you, Mr.
stock
Chair.
market
Just
daily.
briefly here.
And they're making money off of it.
So we're sitting
100% correct. Yes.
debating the Bow Wow Act. And
What?
just to be clear, you know, I'm a huge supporter of dogs. I have a dog myself. I have an incorrigible Labradoodle named Wheelie.
Ma'am, look, I know you don't think we're going to have enough people to wipe our own asses here. I mean, you even straight up said that. But I don't think you need to call it the Bow Wow Act, because there was this little rapper that was named Little Bow Wow. And apparently he was raped by his bodyguards multiple times. I don't think you need to call it the Bow Wow Act unless you're just making a bill about this rapper who was a child getting raped by his bodyguards. Just saying. Maybe call it something else.
And I love my dog, but I love my 15-year-old daughter more. And it is so shocking to me that we have not heard from any of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein in this committee. That we have, I'm very happy to meet the dog here. It's actually bringing me some joy seeing the dog here in the committee. We need some joy around here. But again, I want to speak for so many of my constituents who have been so disgusted by the rhetoric that has come out of some MAGA talking heads in the last few weeks around the trafficking that was done, not just by Jeffrey Epstein, but so many well-connected, powerful men. And we have time to debate the Bow Wow Act in here, and yet we have not made any time to hear directly from this women who have never received any bit of justice. And so again, I think I speak for so many of my constituents. We love our dogs, we love our animals. We have a lot of animals in Vermont. It's a rural area. But my God, we love our kids more. And it's just shocking to me that we spend time on this, on a bill that is not needed to protect animals, that I do believe is a way to legitimize unlawful deportation. We can't seem to find time to give these women a voice here in this committee. I yield back.
Gentlelady yield.
Gentlelady yields to the ranking member.
Yep.
I'm happy to yield to the
You know what? Fuck it. I got it. I gotta do it. Hopefully I can find that again. One of the supposed Epstein victims, I'm not going to say supposed. I'm not going to even say alleged. She probably actually is. But, Jovo, Speaker Johnson, House, DHS, West Bank, Trump targets, NTSB, lawsuit filed against Camp Mystic, Charlotte crackdown, United Nations approves Trump, Trump speaks at McDonald's. Oh, they don't have it as a video. Oh, that's fucked. They don't have it as a video. But there was an interview with one of the women who said she's an Epstein victim. Like, she overacted the fuck out of that to the point where you just look at it and you listen to her. She even tries to fake tears in the shit. And you're just like, is this bitch actually really lying about it? House bill. Oh, hold on.
Riley Rogerson with notice. I appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox.
No, I got dishes and things I gotta do. You know what? Fuck it. I'll give it another hour. I'll do the dishes before my wife gets home, but.
ranking member.
Thank you, Ms. Ballant. Just to recap where we are to move things along. The bill would make deportable what is already deportable. It would treat as a crime what is already a crime. It takes the superb law enforcement work of Freddie and the human beings he's attached to, the police officers. It
and what's
celebrates
the problem
it,
with a
and
dog?
we all celebrate it. They did a great job, and it all worked. The gentlelady makes an excellent point, which is if we're really in that desperate of search for something to do, why don't we invite the Epstein survivors in here? They're dying to talk to us. They just had a big press conference outside. They want America to hear. They're saying it's time to blow open not just the Epstein case, but all of the cases of sexual abuse of children and young people across America that's been institutionalized in so many places. I mean, if we're really in that much of a hurt to find something to do, let's do that rather than dispense of the conviction requirement. Our friend tells us that this is tied up endlessly in red tape. It takes forever. This guy was held for 3 days and was out of the country. It worked great. The police did a great job. Freddie did a great job. The law is working. So this strikes me as completely unnecessary and somewhat transparent attempt to just pile on to a situation that's already working. There's nothing that advances our freedom in doing that. There's nothing conservative about doing that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And this is trying to fix something that's working just fine, as the only case that's been identified vividly demonstrates with the presence of Freddie. So thank you for yielding to the gentlelady, and I yield back.
Ms. Ballant, would you yield?
I will yield.
I just had a thought. The Senate's kind of not in the best of lights these days for trying to give $500,000 or more to 8 senators. Maybe they'll give $500,000 or more to each of the victims of the crimes that they're covering up.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
What?
Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
I'm not even going to make it sound like that actually was intentionally supposed to be coherent.
I voted for that. I voted for the Lake and Riley Act.
Hey, the time belongs to the gentlelady from Wyoming. Time belongs to the gentlelady from Wyoming.
I would just take a few seconds to note that in response to one of the comments from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about wanting to focus on the abuse of spouses or abuse of women, that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were all up in arms about the removal and deportation of Abrego Garcia earlier this year, and Abrego Garcia beat his wife. I yield back to the gentlelady from Wyoming.
Thank you for yielding. I hesitated to get into this thing with regard to Epstein, but I want to introduce for UC an article entitled "Joe Scarborough asked Dem Rep point blank why his party didn't call for Epstein file release sooner."
No objection.
Yeah, and so for 4 years, it was myself and a handful of Republicans that were asking that the Epstein records be released.
Yep.
For 4 years, we were asking for those. But the Biden administration sat on their hands and did nothing, which is why Joe Scarborough asked, well, why didn't you ask? You had control. You had all 3 levers. You sat on your butts and didn't say anything. Now, I've met with victims of Epstein, and they've come in, and we've heard their testimony. Not in this committee, necessarily, but I've heard them in committee. And I just want to remind you that maybe when you're crabbing and fussing and complaining and carrying on, maybe you ought to look in the mirror a little bit. I'll yield back.
I'd also like to note that it was the Democrat delegate from the Virgin Islands that was not only Jeffrey Epstein's mouthpiece during congressional hearings, but was his fixer. So if you want to raise questions about Jeffrey Epstein and who has things to hide, the Democrats, as my colleague from Arizona just stated, perhaps you should look in the mirror. It is one of yours. It is one of yours. It is the Democrats that were the fixers and the attorneys for Jeffrey Epstein.
Yep.
So I guess that it's very difficult for me to take you seriously as you attempt to turn this into yet another attack and another way to get Donald Trump. This isn't about Donald Trump. This is about the Democrats who were aligned with Jeffrey Epstein at the very time that they knew that he was a convicted felon as a pedophile. As a pedophile. So I don't believe your hysteria. I don't trust the way that you try to turn everything into screaming about Jeffrey Epstein, because it is extremely obvious that all you're attempting to do is deflect from your failures and try to cover up the fact that it was the Democrats that enabled
Will the gentlelady from Wyoming yield?
I will, yes.
Yeah, in this last minute, and I wonder if the gentlelady could confirm whether what I'm about to say is correct, that it was in fact President Trump's administration in 2019 that federally indicted Epstein in July of 2019, that it was in fact the Trump administration, the first term, that was going after Maxwell and set the stage for her indictment, that it was in fact the Trump administration, along with the Oversight Committee led by Republicans that have released tens of thousands of pages of documents this year via the appropriate path of subpoena and making sure that more information is public. And then in fact, as the gentlelady from Wyoming noted, in a hearing that I was sitting in right next door in Oversight where I was questioning Michael Cohen, literally while I personally was questioning Michael Cohen, we had a Democratic member of that committee that was texting in real time with already convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Is that correct? I yield back.
You are absolutely correct. I've watched the video. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question occurs. We can get that in a second. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York, if I remember who offered that.
I like Hageman.
All those in favor say aye.
Yeah, Anthony Weiner, your best friend is a known pedophile.
No. Independent chairs.
What about Hillary Clinton's life insurance policy? That was Anthony Weiner's laptop.
Move to strike last word.
Right.
Let me do a UC, then we'll come to you, then Ranking Member. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is another article. Biden administration failed to probe more than 7,300 reports of migrant child trafficking.
Objection. I'll go to whichever one. You want to go first?
Oh, no, gentleman.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Jayapal.
Reserved by the gentleman from Arizona.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Objection. The
substitute.
amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I sure did miss you and your
Good to see you as
excellent
well.
leadership. I had forgotten what critical things we were taking up in this committee. You know, we've entered election season because despite being gone for 7 weeks, I think it is now, the majority is once again trying to distract us from the fact that grocery prices and utility prices across the country are rising, from the fact that this administration has been protecting pedophiles, building gilded ballrooms, sending tens of billions of dollars to bail out Argentina, while refusing to extend Affordable Care Act tax credits for 22 million Americans. And the most often used tool in the Republican playbook is, surprise, blame immigrants. Blame an immigrant. Find crime, blame an immigrant, make people deportable and inadmissible without requiring a conviction, deny them basic due process, and then just replay that, rinse and repeat, over and over again. But this is a new one, even for us, moving into the arena of harming animals, and I feel like we're all putting forward our animal cred, so I wish I had a picture of my beautiful 14-year-old Labradoodle, Otis, because he is, for me, part of our family, like tens of millions of Americans.
The dog's probably fucking old and
I have been
mangy,
somebody
just
who's
like
championed
you.
animal welfare. So I take violence against animals seriously, but so do our immigration laws. That's what happens right now. The crime that's referenced in this bill requires someone to, quote, willfully and maliciously harm a dog or a horse. This is almost certainly already a crime involving moral turpitude, which can and did in this case render someone deportable or inadmissible from the country. In 2018, the Board of Immigration Appeals made clear that the crime of animal fighting is a crime involving moral turpitude.
Thank you.
And that is
Listen up.
because there is a
You're not going to be
clear
able to fuck
intent
no horses
to harm
anymore.
the animal.
I'm sorry,
so
jack
the issue
off
is
a horse.
already well covered under our immigration laws, and this bill is not necessary. Now, unnecessary bills alone are not a reason to vote no, but this bill goes further than that. Under current law, a person does not need to be convicted of a crime to be inadmissible. However, under most circumstances, you do need a conviction to be deportable. And when we talk about all the red tape, it seems to me like that's being used as an excuse to just get rid of due process. It takes too long, therefore we're not going to have due process. But once again, this bill, as has been done with so many other bills that we've been voting on in this committee, Republicans don't require someone to be convicted of the crime to be deportable from the country. That means that a green card holder who has lived here for a generation or more could be deported from the country without even being convicted of a crime. The bill was written in response to this incident where a 70-year-old man kicked a poor Customs and Border Protection agriculture detector dog at Dulles Airport. The incident was horrible. The dog was just doing his job. But that man has been pointed out over and over again in this committee, was tried and convicted in federal court in a very short period of time, removed from the country. And so my amendment is, at minimum, what needs to be done is change the deportability section to require a conviction. That's what this amendment does, to require a conviction in order for the person to be removed from the country. It has never been more important for people to have their day in court. Just look at what is happening across the country as federal immigration authorities, led by Gregory Bovino, the head of CBP, inflict terror on American communities. We've seen residential communities tear gassed without a care for the very young children who have been affected. We've seen a daycare teacher with work authorization arrested at a school, inflicting irreversible damage on all the kids that she cares for. We've seen U.S. citizens brutalized by ICE and Border Patrol. The right to being innocent until proven guilty should be something that every single one of us in this committee can agree to, and a bedrock principle of fairness, due process, and the rule of law. But
what about the
J6
people? Were
and the
they?
people who love and support them,
Were they
this
treated the
administration and
same?
This committee doesn't seem to care about fairness.
I
about
mean,
due
years
process,
in
about the rule of law.
isolation.
Because under the Trump administration, federal agents have falsely accused Venezuela.
What about the J6 people? Years of isolation in a prison before they even had their right to even have a hearing or a trial. What about that shit, bitch? Oh, wait. It was January 6th. It was your side trying to set up everybody else to make them look bad so you can gain some kind of political win. God. Yes, they are some horrible people for being so fucking stupid as to fall for your shit. You're a fucked up ass individual, Jai Paul. You really are. There is. How can you even call yourself human in the with saying the shit that you do? How the fuck do you even try to sit there and say you are a better class of American? Because that's what government is supposed to be. Better government, your elected officials are supposed to be a class of better men. How is this better? God damn, she looks like somebody smacked her in the face with a shovel when she was younger. What, your mama kind of get pissed at you running off at the fucking mouth? I mean, Jesus Christ, how do you have a Beavis nose and your face sunken in at the same time if somebody didn't smack you with a goddamn shovel when you were a child?
Venezuelan soccer players, bakers, makeup artists of being Tren de Aragua members. They've attempted to deport someone for writing an op-ed, arrested U.S. citizens, falsely injured peaceful protesters, including pastors and people of faith. So we need to get back to the basics and protect the fundamental due process rights of everyone as the Constitution requires. Hope I can count on my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, I think of that word hypocrisy, and my good friend Mr. Biggs and a few others have brought it up. So let's just go through this step by step. We have to bring the Epstein case into everything. That's okay. It is a big deal. What happened to those children and those young people was god-awful. The part I don't understand and nobody can explain to me is that my good friends on the other side keep acting as if they are the protectors of children or the protectors of these children. But the reality is that in year one of Biden's administration, they didn't do anything. Okay. But in year two, they didn't do anything. And in year three, they didn't do anything. And in year four, they didn't do anything. So if this was such a big paramount issue, if this is something they cared about so much, that bothered them so much, that hurt them so much, that attacked their moral sensibilities so much, why didn't they do anything when they had the ability and had control of it all? It begs that question. I think we know what the answer is. So I would ask that they stop it. There are good people on both sides of the aisle that are extremely concerned about this. I, for one, I'm a sponsor of the bill to release the information from Jumpstart, many others as well. But don't take that moral, righteous path that you are above it and you are fighting for them because you weren't there for years, not for days, not for weeks, not for months, for years. Nothing happened. Secondly, animal abuse is never a good thing. And as somebody who at the state legislature, in the state senate, and the state assembly for years that I was there, written a lot of laws dealing with it, you can tell what an individual is about very often by the way they treat children, the way that they treat their elderly, and the way they treat animals, defenseless animals. And quite frankly, when an illegal person hurts an animal, yes, they should be deported. Now, some folks are maintaining that is already the case, and it's not clear, and it's ambiguous, and even Ms. Jayapal, who is very knowledgeable, said, well, almost certainly it's covered already. Well, almost certainly isn't good enough for me. Almost certainly doesn't mean certainly. It doesn't mean definitely. It doesn't mean that it absolutely is covered. So we just want to make sure if you're here illegally, and particularly if you're a bad person and a criminal to boot, you already should be deported. But if you hurt an animal beside all that, we have enough problems, quite frankly, with our own people that were born in the United States of America who were animal abusers. We don't need to illegally import them from other countries. Almost certainly isn't good enough. Let's make sure. What harm does it do, for God's sake? And then finally, it was said that we're always blaming illegal immigrants. No, we're not. We love immigrants. I'm going to go through this again. Immigrants, most of us were, our families were, our families throughout history have always brought people here. That's a good thing. It refreshes and renews America and makes us stronger. But we don't need illegal immigrants, particularly those people who are lawbreakers, even worse. They don't belong in America. Again, we have enough of our own problems and issues in America that we don't have to bring in all the issues and problems from around the world. So I know as many times as they keep saying we're blaming immigrants, I'm going to keep saying, no, we're not. We're blaming people that are on the terror watch list, or people who have committed crimes, or people who are moving drugs, or people who are part of cartels, or people who are part of gangs. Yeah, we're against them. We don't want them in America. Be mad at us. We'll stand for that any day of the week because it's the right thing to do. And with that, I'm going to call you Mr. Speaker. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized. Ranking member.
And thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. I want to try to respond to my friend from New Jersey, both about his meditations on the Epstein case and also about the gentlelady from Washington's amendment. It seems like some of the comments of my colleagues over on this side have struck a nerve because a lot of your colleagues, Mr. Chairman, are acting very defensive about the whole Epstein thing, and rather than talking about the survivors, the victims,
what the fuck are you smoking?
$1 billion global child sex trafficking ring, they want to talk about Democrats. So indulge me for a moment while I try to respond to.
What the fuck are you smoking, Raskin? The entire time you've been sitting here running your mouth about how Republicans are so evil and the evil things they're doing. And now that they actually play that game, you're going to, oh, they're only talking about Democrats instead of Epstein. When you have only used Epstein as a way to sit there and bash on fucking Republicans. You never even talked about the issues. You never talked about what's going on with the situation. You just used it as a way to say Republican bad. God damn you, stupid faggot. How can people sit here and say this fucking son of a bitch is great, he needs to be in Congress, when he sits there and bitches and complains and does shit, and then when somebody else does the same shit, look how bad that person is for doing the same shit that I've done. What kind of faggotry is this? But yet, we allow this son of a bitch to exist in government. We pay this son of a bitch to sit here and say this retarded shit time and time and time again. God fucking damn it, America.
My friend from New Jersey again, because I think we went through this before we went on our 7 or 8 week Speaker Johnson ordered vacation, paid vacation, and I had even provided him the document supporting what I was saying. But Mr. Van Drew is asking what Democrats did, saying, well, our hands are not clean either. We want to simply pose as protectors of children. We're not really interested in stopping child sex abuse. We just want to strike the pose of that. Well, that's a fairly serious charge. One of the things that I offered to my friend from New Jersey before we left was all of the materials relating to a hearing that I called as the chair of the Subcommittee on Civil Rights and Civil Liberties on the Oversight Committee, along with Chairman Cummings, in July of 2019 about Alex Acosta, who was the U.S. attorney in the Southern District of Florida, who later became Donald Trump's Secretary of Labor. And we sent him a letter. This hearing will examine your actions as U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Florida in authorizing a non-prosecution agreement for Jeffrey Epstein, as well as the finding by a federal court that you violated the Crime Victims' Rights Act by keeping this non-prosecution agreement secret from the many victims of Mr. Epstein's crimes. Your testimony is critical, and so on. We had an entire hearing on this. So to the charge that somehow we weren't interested and we weren't doing anything, I say false. It has been debunked, and Mr. Van Drew, if you'd like, I can give you the exact same documents I gave you before, if you'd like. Now, let me say this.
Just because you said something
about the Biden administration, and I'll yield to you as soon as I have a moment.
Shut your faggot ass up. Just because you said something once about it doesn't mean you were pushing for it. Doesn't mean you've been an advocate of it, and you just wanted all this shit to be released. And for the don't sit there and play that shit, faggot. You were involved with blocking Tim Burchett's motion to vote as soon as y'all motherfuckers came back, simply because you wanted your time in the sun to sit here and run your cocksucker. You don't care about this. This is all political game to you too. So stop crying, faggot. Nobody cares about your faggoty little your feelings here, Raskin. Every bit of this is just fucking retardation at the biggest fucking level. This fucking goddamn. Whew. Too many fucking people are stupid on this fucking planet.
Mr. Van Drew, you know, it wasn't until Donald Trump that we associated what the Department of Justice did with the president who was in office. We considered the Department of Justice an independent law enforcement branch, and yet nonetheless, we see imputed to Joe Biden what is the reality under Donald Trump, which is he makes all the calls there. I mean, he literally tells them, oh, I want you to go out and investigate Bill Clinton now.
Whoa, okay. So Donald Trump makes all the calls here with this administration because it's his administration. But Joe Biden doesn't make all the calls with his administration because it's his administration, but they're separate branches. There is this separation of power. Except when Donald Trump is involved, all separation of power goes away, and Donald Trump is the hive mind leader. Shut the fuck up.
Or Larry Summers now just investigate the Democrats, and they do it, and our colleagues who are on the Judiciary Committee of the U.S. House of Representatives don't say a word about it. That's astounding to me. But in any event, okay, you want to view it your way? Let's view it your way. What happened under the Biden Justice Department, under President Biden? In 2021,
Americans were incarcerated for bullshit ass reasons, deplatformed, debanked, silenced, imprisoned. What do you mean? What happened under the Biden administration? The worst weaponization of the entire federal government than we have seen in modern American history, you dumb fuck. What happened under the Biden administration? Let's see. President tried to use the government to get political opponent thrown in prison for trumped up charges that every single motherfucker that has gone after this son of a bitch seems to be involved in. What happened under the Biden administration? Christian persecution at a massive, massive fucking level. What happened under the Biden administration? Oh yeah, white people were beaten and or killed simply for being white because Black Lives Matter. What happened under the Biden administration, faggot?
They prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell. They successfully prosecuted her, and she was convicted, and in the courtroom of Judge Allie Nathan of the Southern District of New York, she was sentenced to 20 years in prison for engaging in human trafficking, child sex trafficking, solicitation, procurement across state lines, and so on. That was under the Biden Justice Department. So to Mr. Van Drew's claim President Biden didn't do anything, if you want to attribute what happened at DOJ under him to him, he certainly did do something. They convicted Ghislaine Maxwell. Then she engaged in a whole appeals process. The gentleman will remember in 2022, the Department of Justice fought that for an entire year and continued to fight it even while they continued the investigation. Well, then what did your guy do? He got into office and they summoned all the prosecutors, all the investigative files, and they killed the investigation.
It's all because Orange Man.
That this is more than $1 billion international child sex conspiracy. They killed the investigation.
Look at me get mad because Orange Man exists.
You guys were here when Kash Patel showed up and he said, oh, well, there was nobody else implicated. Nobody else implicated.
What he's really getting pissed about is he's been involved in this shit too. It's out there and he's trying to cover his own ass to make it look like he's so outraged about all this shit. The fucking faggot's been involved from the beginning.
With more than 1,000 victims, hundreds and hundreds of victims, these people going there, exploiting and abusing these girls and these young women, 4 banks filing suspicious activity reports after the death of Jeffrey Epstein, afterwards they decided to file these, saying there were more than $1 billion. Yes, I'll yield to my friend.
Just a quick point of clarification. Do you know when the Maxwell case was indicted? Was that Biden or Trump?
It was under Trump. Again, I'd like to view the Department of Justice as an independent law enforcement entity. So yes, that was pointed out before. He was.
It needs to be. Matt, one more question.
The time of the gentleman has expired. I can yield to you for a question that you can yield then to Mr. Raskin. So I'll recognize the gentleman from. Gentleman's time has expired. He yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Raskin, I'm going to ask you a question. Just in terms of this whole mantra, one of the concerns that I vocalized to you is the need to protect truly innocent people in this disclosure, in this effort. And I welcome your acumen and your insights. Is it possible to have a mechanism where people who are truly bystanders, the little men, the little women in New York, in Florida, wherever, to prevent them from being released and forever tarnished in this effort? And I welcome the insights you have.
No, and I thank you for the seriousness of your question and also for your great experience as a real prosecutor. As I understand the Oversight Committee's subpoena and what the chair has worked out with Mr. Garcia, that names of victims will be redacted. So clearly they've got the power to do that. There are other names that have already come forward, Lawrence Summers or Bill Clinton. Presumably they can take care of themselves. Mr. Summers has already said he's deeply ashamed, and he ought to be deeply ashamed of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. These are the kinds of things that should have come out a long time ago. But I'm with you. You know, you are somebody who should be involved because of your many years as a prosecutor in seeing to it that people are truly innocent whose names just show up.
Sometimes the best criminals are the hardest to catch, and they embed themselves with innocent people to make it hard to catch. And in this investigation, over the number of years, I'm worried about the waiter, the waitress, the bellman, the cab driver, the chauffeur, whoever it may be. And if we just willy-nilly release all the files, those are the people that I'm most concerned about. Larry Summers can defend himself. But it's the people who are 20, 25, 30 that don't have the resources of a Larry Summers that I'm.
And I hear you. I believe the Massey Economy Bill includes such protections. I'll find the language for you in there.
Well, there is one concerning piece there that says social embarrassment is not a reason to withhold the information. And I get the spirit behind that language, but in my opinion, it's way too broad because if there is someone who's innocent, they would not only be embarrassed, they'd be forever tarnished. And I believe that would be a reason to withhold those names. And again, I would love to talk about a mechanism to do that at some point.
I'm happy to look at the language with you to see that it's...
Would the gentleman from North Carolina yield?
Yes, I will yield to Mr. Rourke.
Yeah, I just want to echo the sentiments. And the gentleman from North Carolina, I've been having this conversation over time about our wish and desire to be able to amend language or be able to tweak it in order to ensure that that safeguard is in place, because I too have the same concern that it could be overbroad in terms of what it might mean for an innocent individual. And I would just note that, and I mean this respectfully, because I think that was a good back and forth and agreement, that the ranking member used an example out of the Oversight Committee in terms of redactions.
Hey, you know
I
what?
agree. I do think that there was a lot of...
Fuck it. It is 4:30. My wife's going to be home in about an hour or so. I got to get dishes done. I got to get some chores done. Do not forget, you got, what is that? Business party coming up tonight. If they want me on, I'll be on with them. But for right now, I'm going to get the fuck out of here and get my job done as a husband. Y'all take it easy. It's going to be a hard out for this one too.